Welcome back to RSBN and Good Morning America. I'm Robert McNeely as we await President Trump holding bilateral meetings scheduled with the UN Secretary General, also President Vladimir Zelenskyy of the Ukraine, as well as department chairs and cabinet members meeting with the European Union, in addition to multilateral meetings with Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Turkey, Pakistan, Egypt, the United Arab Emirates, and Jordan, among others. So a jam-packed day at the 80th session of the UN General Assembly. We are joined by Jim Paff, a friend of the show, president of the Conservative Caucus. Always a joy to have your analysis, Jim, as President Trump really gave a MAGA doctrine 2.0. If you had a chance to watch the speech, what are some of your initial takeaways?
Well, he was very clear about the benefits of the American Republic for the world. He stated how we've come out, rightly stated, how we've come out of a severe circumstance under the previous administration with Joe Biden as president. And I think that that was a necessary, if you want to call it rebuke, but kind of a rejoinder of what the situation has been. But I thought it was very interesting that he pointed out how the UN spent hundreds of millions of dollars to help illegal immigrants come across the border, and he rebuked them for it in open air. Not only that, by the way, he also kind of wryly rebuked them a little bit for messing up the teleprompter and for the escalator getting all messed up when he was going up, which was an interesting little sideline to his speech and got everyone to laugh even.
There was some humor to that, and I did not realize as a builder, President Trump having a lot to do with the revitalization of that United Nations building within Manhattan, and he said he never got any thanks for it. And again, pointing back to the escalator, that's the only help he got from the United Nations. So I think there's only one person in this day and time that can openly rebuke a governing body of sorts, a globalist body such as the United Nations, while also trying to encourage Europe to get away from this migrant crisis that's led to a rebuke of their heritage. He was very open about that, also in regards to criticizing climate change. And it was great to see the camera pan out to certain nations that aren't necessarily on the United States side.
No, that's true. And as to the migrant crisis, listen, there are a whole lot of factors related to this, but it's very interesting. I see, and they're anecdotal. I don't know how broadly these statements are made, but you see these videos of leaders who are Islamic saying that they intend to take over Europe and take over the United States. And the Muslim aspect of the migrant crisis in Europe is really breathtaking when you look at it. I mean, you've got a massive wave of people from failed Islamic countries coming to the West, taking advantage of the freedoms that are there, and apparently some number of them, I don't know how large it is, really think it's time to change European culture. Listen, there is no liberty anywhere without the Judeo-Christian ethic. The foundation of human liberty, which we have only experienced in the last few centuries, is based on the Judeo-Christian ethic of the rule of law, of justice, and of the individual's accountability directly to God. This is not an Islamic virtue, at least in terms of what the Quran says. And by the way, I'm not going to say that we have to be against everyone who comes from an Islamic culture. Many of them do actually want the kind of liberty that we have here. But there is a large contingent, and it's much larger in Europe, that wants to impose Sharia law, which has no resemblance to human liberty and the kinds of institutions necessary to preserve it.
That's so true, Jim, and that's what I've been saying, especially in the wake of the far-left violence on American citizens, whether it's simply at a college campus like we saw with Charlie Kirk, to what happened to President Trump, to those who are staffers in Washington, D.C., there is this unholy triumvirate of communism, Islamism, and secular globalist thought that holds no bounds. They might be different, but they have the same end goals, and they recognize, as you spoke to, the Judeo-Christian foundations of this great constitutional republic. It's in the way. Western civilization is in the way, and even our minor disagreements coming from that European ancestry for the large part was that a constitutional monarchy from God gave leaders such as a king or a queen, a monarchical family, that blessing through those rights still coming from God in order to look over their flock. That changed a bit with our constitutional republic in self-governance and that experiment, but still those same foundational principles, which I believe was renewed during that state dinner between the United States and the United Kingdom, with His Majesty King Charles III really glowingly speaking to the terms of the commonality between our two nations across the Atlantic.
Well, and it's always important to lay out this fact. With all of the West's failures for the last 1,700 years since Constantine made Christianity the religion of the Roman Empire, there have been a lot of failings, a lot of problems. It's very interesting when you look through historically some of these monarchical figures, particularly Charlemagne in the 9th and 10th century, that what you see is that the assertion of human freedom grew and grew because Western society was informed by the Scripture. And you saw many philosophers, Christian philosophers, from Augustine to Aquinas to many others who were asserting these issues of liberty. And it finally coalesced prior to the Enlightenment, I would add, that these theories of human liberty became strong. And the Enlightenment borrowed from that. And there is no possibility of liberty under two main ways of thinking. I've already made my case as it relates to Islamic thinking. I mean, Sharia law eviscerates individual liberty, and it eviscerates the idea of popular sovereignty. It places sovereignty within a government system that it has created. But also the secular humanist idea does not have a fundamental foundation in human liberty. It borrows from the Judeo-Christian ethic, and of course it eviscerates any discussion of the Christian ideal. But as the historian Tom Holland has rightly pointed out, human liberty has its foundations in the Judeo-Christian tradition. It grew and was fostered under that tradition, and our ideas of morality and justice that have brought liberty to humankind really have its origins in the teachings of Christ, His reaffirmation of the moral law, and His expansion of it in the Sermon on the Mount. That is where we get liberty ultimately. And in the United States, although imperfectly in some ways, most effectively coalesce those ideas into what we consider freedom today, the main ideas of freedom. Because we asserted first in the Declaration that we are endowed by our Creator with those liberties, referencing the Judeo-Christian ethic. They sought a prayerful consideration of what they were going to do at the end of the Declaration, and then they implemented it in the Constitution on that foundation. So these are things we have to remember always as human beings, and we need to reassert, especially after the whole incident with Charlie Kirk's assassination and everything that's come after it. It has reemphasized a need to affirm those ideas as Judeo-Christian ideas, and certainly with my organization we will be, and I think every American needs to do the same.
And this idea that you're talking of, Jim, might be on a collision course with President Lula of Brazil, as we saw the Brazilian contingent, not only that ridiculous speech as I saw it before President Trump came on stage with those tiny drippings of, oh, fascism is the real cause of what's the downfall throughout the world. Yes, I'd agree with that. The problem is it seems as if his government is practicing that, but President Trump mentioning, hey, I like this guy. I saw him for 20 seconds. We're going to meet next week. We'll see if that's in Washington, D.C. How do you think these ideas of his Workers' Party and the far left in Brazil will come and collide with these Judeo-Christians' values being defended by the Trump administration? Because we saw now that Bolsonaro, the former president of Brazil, 27 years with this alleged coup, now his son being sentenced to coercion by these courts. It seems just as if the lawfare happening in Brazil, just as it did against President Trump a few short months ago.
Yeah, well, and as you know very well, I'm closely connected to all this. I have many friends in their Congress. I am friends with the Bolsonaro family, Eduardo, I know, and I have two former Brazilian journalist friends who are here in exile because all of their property was stolen and their businesses were shut down by government authority. So Brazil is precisely what Democrats in this country hope to achieve in the United States. They were well on their way during the Biden administration. A lot of this started to get its foundations and footings in the Obama administration, which utilized government power to shut down political speech. The beginnings of that, particularly in the IRS scandal, where they were literally shutting down conservative organizations that would oppose them in elections after the Tea Party, to them, a Tea Party disaster, but the Tea Party movement that was so effective in 2010. Democrats literally, without reservation, want precisely what's happening in Brazil, where you have a rogue Supreme Court headed by a Chief Justice Alexandre de Moraes, who put together a cadre of justices to literally for the purpose of convicting Jair Bolsonaro, the former president. He set that up perfectly. He got a 3-2 majority he knew would hold to put out this false notion that Jair Bolsonaro was attempting a coup, which seems highly unlikely because he was in the United States at the time with their famous January 8th incident in 2023 that had similarities to our January 6th incident, but also had the similarity of not being a violent protest. You had a few rancid people do this or that thing, but it was not an attempt at a coup. Brazilians are yearning for freedom. If Jair Bolsonaro were on the ballot in this next election coming up next year, he would win resoundingly. But Moraes brought Lula out of a criminal conviction for corruption that included bribes, the use of government to assist his political allies, and he was sent to jail for it. It's called the car wash scandal, and he was in prison. Moraes brought him out of prison to defeat Jair Bolsonaro in their 2022 elections. And they stopped the paper trail of elections that had existed in 2018 when Bolsonaro was elected. They literally rigged their election system to allow the defeat of a freedom fighter, Jair Bolsonaro, who had begun processes of reform there from a country, by the way, which is a great country. Remember, it's 2/3 the population of the United States. It's a significant player in this hemisphere, and something needs to be done about it. And the Trump administration has begun taking that on to the degree that it can. It is limited in what it can do, but it is trying to be highly influential. So I'm looking forward to that meeting between Lula and Trump, and I think Trump will read him the Riot Act and say this has got to stop. Now, how effective that will be, I don't know, but everyone needs to pray for Brazil and for it to come out of the authoritarian, frankly, fascist scheme that is there. There's physical intimidation that takes place, and they have twisted the institutions to provide a real authoritarian power under the guise of still being an electoral system that represents the people. It's just not the case this in Brazil right now. And again, I reemphasize, this is what Democrats want to reproduce in the United States if they can. All these calls that Donald Trump's a fascist, that he's trying to eliminate free speech, the Jimmy Kimmel situation was not an elimination or even a real threat to free speech. The real threat to free speech here in the United States was the massive censorship industrial complex, which Jim Jordan's committee, by the way, just came out and YouTube is backing down from its censorship activities. We're breaking that down in this country while it's building up elsewhere, including in Europe, by the way, with its Digital Services Act, which is so onerous to free speech as well.
Yeah, I was going down memory lane, and actually on this date in 2016, seeing a media colleague actually break down what the Obama administration was attempting to do with Rule 41 way back when to the search and seizure of everyone's computer properties. And I mean, it's just unbelievable to think how that's changed over the course of the last decade, and the use of President Trump truly bringing this country back to constitutional Republican governance. And today, speaking of a race for Congress that can shape that, the Congressional District 7 in Arizona, a special election likely to go to the Democrat. But do you have any diagnosis on that as that breaks down today for that special election?
Well, it's a heavily Democrat district. I mean, the chance of a Republican winning it is very low. This is Raul Grijalva's district. He passed away not long ago. It's not a bellwether of anything. Arizona, though, is overall seeing a tide of Republican sentiment growing there. And they've got an execrable governor who was played a big role as previously the Secretary of State in the 2020 election. She keeps attempting to shut down moves to clean up their election system. The Republican legislature there has had some positive moves where they've been able to get some actually very good legislation through, including what is the closest thing we have in the country to full school choice for parents. So there have been some positive moves on the conservative side in Arizona, but Raul Grijalva's seat is a safe Democrat seat, so it provides no insight into what's going to happen in 2026, unless that Republican who's running becomes a bit close here. But it's likely to stay Democrat. No one anticipated anything different than that. And so it's interesting. We're going along the way to 2026, and we take a look at these things to see what's happening. At the same time, I'm seeing Jack Ciattarelli running against Mikey Sherrill for New Jersey governor, who has had some polls where he's up right now. That is a bellwether in my mind. Winsome Sears, who's running, frankly, a very poor campaign in every way, is within striking distance of Abigail Spanberger. If Winsome Sears were able to defeat Abigail Spanberger in Virginia, that would be a huge bellwether of what's coming down the pike. I don't predict it right now. I think that's going to be an uphill battle for Sears. But if Ciattarelli wins in New Jersey, that's going to be what people are going to be talking about going into 2026. New Jersey, such a strongly Democrat state, which almost defeated Phil Murphy, who will have been his predecessor if he wins. Ciattarelli almost beat him 4 years ago. So that was a bellwether. I just think that this country is moving in a conservative direction. It is very kind to Donald Trump. It elected him in a major win in November of last year, and they're still supporting Donald Trump and his policies. The Trump agenda is winning with whatever imperfections one might find here and there. It is what the American people want. They are concerned about crime and immigration. They're concerned about the economy. Those are going to be the big issues going into 2026. I just hope Republicans don't grab defeat out of the jaws of victory. But we are seeing a move in the Trump direction, and I think it's a very good thing for the country.
In your analysis, what would you think Ciattarelli is doing correctly versus Sears that is, as you said, not running as robust of a campaign?
Well, Ciattarelli is directly addressing the issues that are weak with Mikey Sherrill. He just had a debate with her the other night, and he did a fantastic job countering everything that she's talking about. She was promoting consistently in her part of the debate an expansion of government, more government, and one of the big issues taking place there is electricity costs. Well, she's going to double down on government intervention in that. And very effectively, Chitterelli talked about ideas to reduce the harms of government that have fed their inflationary electricity prices. And it is a direct problem of their government situation. You know, they're wanting to put windmills on the shore of New Jersey, which is a huge mistake. The Atlantic shore, all the way up and down the New Jersey coast, is a recreation area. It's an area of beauty and fun for not just people in that state, but people flock to the New Jersey shore from New York and from other places to enjoy what it has to offer. But they want to put these stupid windmills up there, and that was a big point of contention. And the stranglehold that they put on the electricity companies there, Chitterelli handled that well. He also handled and focused on her, alignment on the crime issue with Democrats that has been such a problem. She's going to continue the same policies. He countered those things effectively. He's taking on the Trump agenda, with Trump's endorsement, by the way, but he is taking on the Trump agenda, and I think that's a big reason that it's close. I don't know what the outcome is going to be. It's going to be a very close one, and I do hope he pulls it off, because that would really help people see how important it is, and Republicans in general, to see how important it is to tie on to this outstandingly successful Trump agenda and Trump results that we've seen in the first 8 months of his administration.
Well, it's really a 50-state solution, as many have talked about, where you can find a piece of the big tent approach really fitting into the everyday lives of Americans. And we see that from not only going to the ballot box, but also where they have moved, because they do vote with their feet, as this country has changed in different regions, given the fact that they've gone to areas that have better Republican governance, and that's generally speaking. It seems as if in the culture wars, the Democrats are just missing all of the messaging. To have 58 Democrats in the House, if memory serves me correctly, vote against a Charlie Kirk amendment to honor a man who wanted free and open dialogue on college campuses, who encouraged those who disagree with him to come to the front of the line, who really champion the very values we get to talk about on a near daily basis, Jim. It's remarkable. I'm grateful to the United States Senate that they will acknowledge him unanimously on his upcoming birthday of October 14th. But it seems as if there's some real extremism on the House side of the chamber.
Well, there is. And by the way, there's a total of 98 in effect that voted no. There were a number who voted present, which on that sort of a resolution, you just have to count it as a no. Mm-hmm. The Democrat Party is incredibly radical. Like, it is radically Maoist, communist in its idealism for how to change society. And this is why I've been promoting over and over again that the Democrat Party, and when I say the Democrat Party, I mean the elected officials, I mean the party operatives by and large, and those in government at the federal, state, and local level who are Democrats, they are not an American party. You saw tens of millions of Democrats vote for Donald Trump last year, and it gave him a resounding victory nationwide. The average Democrat voter, except for a small percentage of them, maybe 25, 30% of them, really do still believe in the American ideal. Even when they disagree with Donald Trump, they want the American ideal to prosper. And in inner cities in particular, you see a large move of Democrats, particularly in the Black community and the Hispanic communities in these major cities, who are fed up with the crime problem. The Democrat Party is a radical, un-American party. They do not believe in the American ideal. They believe, as Senator Tim Kaine talked about a couple weeks ago in a congressional hearing, that rights come from government. That is not the American ideal.
Oh, and sorry,
rights
Jim, we have to head right back to the president, but thank you so much for that commentary, and we'll have you back on again very soon.
Thanks. Talk to you soon.
Thank you, sir.
I will repeat what I said. Now I want to say that you are
And welcome back to RSBN. We were talking with Jim Paff, president of the Conservative Caucus, on the plethora of different issues facing the United States. We'll take you to that bilateral meeting as soon as we get solid footage of what's taken place there. A busy day for the president as he deals with what's happening in Ukraine and Russia, having a bilateral meeting with President Zelenskyy, to meeting with the UN Secretary General of the organization. Also, as we were talking to Jim about the special election today in Arizona, to President Trump's further meetings with many Islamic Middle Eastern countries that will come in a multilateral example today. The First Lady is with the security team as well of Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, and the newly confirmed, finally, UN ambassador to the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Michael Waltz. So looking over that today and covering that, giving you unbridled access here at Right Side Broadcasting Network to cover all of these meetings. We saw in that MAGA 2.0 speech, President Trump really laying out the agenda for Western civilization, for the United States, defending it sovereignty locally, but also abroad, with the use of tariffs, with the use of exiting from any Green New Scam, and speaking truth to power, and how the United Nations was supposed to stop conflicts, but instead have, in many cases, been the reason for those conflicts abroad, especially when it comes to mass migration. As we were speaking to Jim Paff and analyzing the Islamism that has taken place in the world, where you've had Muslims leaving their nations and Arabs moving into the European continent while abandoning a failed Sharia law premise, but trying to inflect that Islamism philosophy. And what is that exactly? Trying to take over governments with Sharia law that is literally turning its back on the heritage of the European continent and those Judeo-Christian values that ultimately inspired the United States of America and our form of constitutional Republican governance. And as Jim mentioned, throughout history and dating back 1700 years roughly to the Holy Roman Empire, and that focus on a Christian empire turning its back on what it was persecuting Christians, there have been good governments, there have been bold and even gracious monarchs, and there have been some who have simply served themselves. And even in the dealings and some failings of Charlemagne, as Jim aptly pointed out, back to the 9th and 10th century, still the focus and the idea was getting back to the Gutenberg Bible and the printing press. You can see all of this at the Museum of the Bible, where President Trump was recently at with the Religious Liberty Commission, talking on the faith works that have been put into practice in this government through the faith office. You see the whole of Western civilization unfolded in what this government is attempting to do, and it's a relief. But you won't find that from the legacy media. Of course, they'll criticize what was the MAGA 2.0 doctrine, but President Trump laying it out with humor, with truth, with speaking to powers that might be opposed and making his case in a brilliant way. As we'd like to thank our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, angelpaste.com. It's the miracle cream that can make a big difference for you. Sometimes you go out to the local store, pharmacy, whatever it might be, you see all these chemicals within your lotions and things you don't recognize, and red dyes and blue dyes, things of that nature. stuff that's coming to an end thanks to Secretary Kennedy and Health and Human Services. But why not go with a Christian-owned company? They hire veterans out of Spring, Texas, off of the Gulf of America. And the vitamin B Miracle Cream, non-GMO, no chemicals. You've seen me use it here on this show. It's outstanding. Gets rid of the dry hands, especially this time of year. They have a vitamin C orange option as well, still non-GMO, no chemicals, a natural mosquito repellent, and a natural facial spray, among many others. So visit angelpaste.com for their great items, again, based out of the Lone Star State of Texas. And right off that Gulf of America, Christian-owned, they hire veterans. It's angelpaste.com. Experience the miracle today. Thank you to covepure.com/RSBN. Did you know that Utah and Florida passing legislation to get rid of fluoride and chemicals runoff from agricultural experiments to simple seeding and grazing the lands with poultry and with cattle, among other things? You don't want the poisons from soil and that farming to get into the water supply. And it's happened on countless years and generations now. And Secretary Kennedy, once again, right in finding that he was representing those who would complain against these big corporate interests and big government taking these cases to court. Well, you can get covepure.com/RSBN, $200 off this reverse osmosis system, the best in the business, quite frankly, with its clear water technology, removing 99.9% of the impurities out of the water. Did you know also that JAMA Pediatrics running a study that children who drink out of the faucet, out of the tap on a regular basis can lose over 2 points in their IQ as a result? And to further dive into this issue, people take antibiotics to vitamins to sometimes hormone disrupting birth control, among other items that don't fully get absorbed into their system. Well, that flushes out through their system and down through the toilet, down into water treatment centers that don't always get out all of the impurities. So that's another reason why it's so important to have that clear water technology from covepure.com/RSBN, the finest reverse osmosis system out there. Again, drink pure, live pure. It's $200 off now. And you can see, based on the video there, how easy it is to put on the kitchen counter. I'm sure you have a coffee machine at home, very similar to the codes and commands of one of those fine machines as well. covepure.com/RSBN. Thank you for sponsoring us on the right side of history. We'll be waiting for a clear feed to take you back to President Trump again, so stick with us momentarily in that. In the meantime, we'll take a quick commercial break, if that's okay, Mr. Producer, to cover sponsors, and then come right back to President Trump, who is underway the 80th session of the UN General Assembly. Don't change that dial. You're with Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back-in-stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get our MyPillow bed sheets, only $29.88. Any color, any style, any size, even kings. Regular $119.98, only $29.88. Once they're gone for good. How about our My Towels? They're finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first time and the only time ever, get our limited edition premium My Pillows. They're made with Giza cotton and designer gusset. Queen $17.98, Kings only $19.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so order now.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. As President Trump is holding bilateral meetings at the United Nations in New York City. That will be with President Vladimir Zelenskyy of the Ukraine, also the Secretary General of the United Nations. So we're watching that closely, as many multilateral meetings taking place as well with Middle Eastern countries, including Egypt to Jordan to Qatar, and speaking on that America First agenda. He laid it out very well, in case you missed it earlier this morning, that he is supporting Western civilization with the use of tariffs and safety for the world, and specifically through the United States of America. How does he do it? Well, he gets up there and he calls out the climate hoax for what it is, and the Green New Scam, and stating that as much as I love my country, as much as I love my citizens, our residents of this great nation, certain things will destroy your continent, certain things will destroy your country, one being that of the green woke scam. And the way he uses humor, President Trump, in order to get that idea out there. And it's true, dating back to almost the end of World War II, this whole climate cooling hoax, and then it became global warming, and then it turned into, oh, just climate change so you could always be right. He calls out the nonsense of the communists and the Islamists and the secular humanists, the globalists, who want to create one world order. And the problem is the United States of America is in the way. President Donald Trump is in the way. Secretary Rubio in the way. Ambassador Waltz in the way of those who would seek to take your rights away from God. It's a sick, perverted ideology. And sadly, much of it is at the United Nations. It's been proven over the course of these last decades, and especially now as it's rearing its ugly head. That also mixed with illegal migration. And as we broke down with Jim Paff of the Conservative Caucus, serving as president of that fine organization, the problems you see in other countries, in South America to Europe, including most of the industrialized world, you've had Arab nations that losing residents, and those bringing Sharia law, trying to force it into Europe, something incompatible with most of those governments. And so much so that you have the United Kingdom really rethinking how they've practiced that. France as well. And President Trump stating that through the kindness of your heart, you want to bring in people. Yes, and that's always good. But assimilation is key to knowing what it is, where you're moving to, and how you could be like a country that has stood the test of time, regardless of which one that is. And that's what's so beautiful about our nation, those Judeo-Christian foundations that exist. You could also worship any way you like. You could also not worship based on your First Amendment of speech and assembly. So lots to ponder today as President Trump defending that American ethos front and center at the United Nations, also calling out London's mayor, also stating that he's looking forward to meeting with Brazil's president, Lula, who they had about 20 seconds together, and Lula speaking right before President Trump in a scathing, ridiculous, nonsensical speech to the United Nations, claiming that, or at least alleging that fascism is coming in the form of MAGA. He didn't say that specifically, but was alluding to it as President Trump was about to come onto the stage. Nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, it's the policies of the Brazilian Workers' Party that is truly that practicing fascist thought. We're going to go now live to the United Nations, President Trump, in New York City holding bilateral meetings.
Can you repeat what I said?
You go ahead. That would be very nice. I'd love that, actually.
Now I want to say that you are very much welcome, Mr. President.
Thank you.
The United States was absolutely essential in the founding of the UN, and for decades we have relied on the United States as our major political and financial supporter, thanks to the generosity of the American people, which we are very grateful about. On the other hand, I believe there are many areas where we can cooperate in a positive way, and I would think that the most important is peace. You have selected peace as a central objective of your mandate, and you have been going north and south, east and west, in all possible situations, getting or trying to get ceasefires, alleviating tensions, making peace agreements, or the building blocks of peace agreements. And I want to reassure you that the United Nations, from me to our teams on the ground, to our missions, we are entirely at your disposal to be able to work together for a just peace in the world, based on our common values.
Thank you very much.
The Constitution of the United States.
Right.
And one thing is, for me, extremely important, is that the suffering, the horrible suffering of millions of people in the world can be stopped.
Right.
And we fully appreciate your engagement in that regard.
Well, thank you very much. It's always an honor to be here. We've done this before, and this was a little more exciting because of the escalator and the teleprompter, but these things happen. But I will tell you that your people have treated us with great respect. Our country is behind the United Nations 100%. I think the potential of the United Nations is incredible, really incredible. It can do so much. So I'm behind it. I may disagree with it sometimes, but I am so behind it because I think the potential for peace with this institution is so great. So I just want to thank you for treating us so warmly. We very much appreciate being with you. Thank
Great
you.
pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you mind not letting us work?
Thank you. Mr. President, what do you want to get done at the UN?
And stay tuned for the next bilateral meeting as well with President Trump and Vladimir Zelenskyy of the Ukraine. So caught a brief look at what's taking place there at the United Nations complex for the 80th General Assembly. And President Trump talking in that speech, that address to world leaders about the MAGA doctrine, but also that as a builder, he helped to reestablish that building in Manhattan, and that he doesn't get much thanks from the United Nations, sometimes a letter, but that it cannot back up the words, and how good and gracious it is to see a president of the United States standing up for America first, something his living predecessors, I think it's beyond a reasonable doubt that all of them did not put this country first. Whether it's Bill Clinton to George W. Bush and Barack Hussein Obama to the auto pen, Republican and Democrat, neoliberal to neocon, all put their own agenda and their globalist agendas first, and the bureaucrats far beyond and above the American people. Well, that's ended under this leadership with Steve Witkoff there, and also Secretary Rubio to Susie Wiles, the first female chief of staff. I think that's a big thing for me as I see these random leftist claims about President Trump being misogynistic or against women. Nothing could be further from the truth by the people he puts in and around him. The people he surrounds himself with are good, God-fearing human beings and who graciously honored the late, great Charlie Kirk on Sunday. It's a revival happening in this nation and a collision course between good and evil. There's no question about that. Before you could think about it, oh, maybe it was going that direction. Maybe you can piece two and two together. No, I think it's rather clear now as President Trump fearlessly defends the American ethos and our way of life in Western civilization on perhaps the most intimidating stage in world history. But we know that this man is anti-fragile. And Charlie reflected a lot on that. What is anti-fragile? An individual who could keep getting hit over and over and over, but he looks more youthful, more jovial, more accomplished than ever before. As he, by his side, his wonderful, our illustrious First Lady, holding her own meetings and working towards global peace with a big smile on her face today. In case you missed it, we're going to replay the entire speech, MAGA Doctrine 2.0, the first time in 6 years that he's addressed a UN General Assembly, laying out the America First, Peace Through Strength agenda in New York City.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. And I don't mind making this speech without a teleprompter, because the teleprompter is not working. I feel very happy to be up here with you nevertheless, and that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble. Hello, Madam First Lady. Thank you very much for being here. And Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, First Lady of the United States, distinguished delegates, ambassadors, and world leaders. 6 years have passed since I last stood in this grand hall and addressed a world that was prosperous and at peace in my first term. Since that day, the guns of war have shattered the peace I forged on 2 continents. An era of calm and stability gave way to one of the great crises of our time. And here in the United States, 4 years of weakness, lawlessness, and radicalism under the last administration delivered our nation into a repeated set of disasters. 1 year ago, our country was in deep trouble, but today, just 8 months into my administration, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, and there is no other country even close. America is blessed with the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation on the face of the earth. This is indeed the golden age of America. We are rapidly reversing the economic calamity we inherited from the previous administration, including ruinous price increases and record-setting inflation like we've never had before. Under my leadership, energy costs are down, gasoline prices are down, grocery prices are down, mortgage rates are down, and inflation has been defeated. The only thing that's up is the stock market, which just hit a record high. In fact, it hit a record high 48 times in the last short period of time. Growth is surging, manufacturing is booming. The stock market, as I said, is doing better than it's ever done. And all of you in this room benefit by that, almost everybody. And importantly, workers' wages are rising at the fastest pace in more than 60 years. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? In 4 years of President Biden, we had less than $1 trillion of new investment into the United States. In just 8 months since I took office, we have secured commitments and money already paid for $17 trillion. Think of it, 4 years, less than $1 trillion, 8 months, much more than $17 trillion is being invested in the United States, and it's now pouring in from all parts of the world. We've implemented the largest tax cuts in American history and the largest regulation cuts in American history, making this once and again the best country on earth to do business. and many of the people in this room are investing in America, and it's turned out to be an awfully good investment during this 8-month period. In my first term, I built the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the best economy ever, history of the world. And I'm doing the same thing again, but this time it's actually much bigger and even better. The numbers far surpass my record-setting first term. On our southern border, we have successfully repelled a colossal invasion, and for the last 4 months, and that's 4 months in a row, the number of illegal aliens admitted and entering our country has been 0. Hard to believe, because if you look back just a year ago, it was millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, from prisons, from mental institutions, drug dealers. All over the world they came. They just poured into our country with the ridiculous open border policy of the Biden administration. Our message is very simple. If you come illegally into the United States, you're going to jail, or you're going back to where you came from, or perhaps even further than that. You know what that means. I want to thank the country of El Salvador for the successful and professional job they've done in receiving and jailing so many criminals that entered our country. And it was under the previous administration that the number became record-setting, and they're all being taken out. We have no choice. And other countries have no choice, because other countries are in the exact same situation with immigration. It's destroying your country, and you have to do something about it. On the world stage, America is respected again like it has never been respected before. You think about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, or 1 year ago, we were a laughingstock all over the world. At the NATO summit in June, virtually all NATO members formally committed to increase defense spending at my request from 2% to 5% of GDP, making our alliance far stronger and more powerful than it was ever before. In May, I traveled to the Middle East to visit my friends and rebuild our partnerships in the Gulf, and those valued relationships with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE and other countries are now, I believe, closer than ever before. My administration has negotiated one historic trade deal after another, including with the United Kingdom, the European Union, Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, and many, many others. Likewise, in a period of just 7 months, I have ended 7 unendable wars. They said they were unendable. You're never going to get them solved. Some were going for 31 years, 2 of them, 31, think of it, 31 years. One was 36 years. One was 28 years. I ended 7 wars. And in all cases, they were raging with countless thousands of people being killed. This includes Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda, a vicious, violent war that was, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, and Armenia and Azerbaijan. It included all of them. No president or prime minister, and for that matter, no other country has ever done anything close to that. And I did it in just 7 months. It's never happened before. There's never been anything like that. I'm very honored to have done it. It's too bad that I had to do these things instead of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help in any of them. I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen. But she's in great shape. We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the two things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter. Thank you very much. And by the way, it's working now. It just went on. Thank you. I think I should just do it the other way. It's easier. Thank you very much. I didn't think of it at the time because I was too busy working to save millions of lives. That is the saving and stopping of these wars. But later I realized that the United Nations wasn't there for us. They weren't there. I thought of it really after the fact, not during these negotiations, which were not easy. That being the case, what is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it. It has such tremendous, tremendous potential. But it's not even coming close to living up to that potential. For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words, and empty words don't solve war. The only thing that solves war and wars is action. Now, after ending all of these wars and also earlier negotiating the Abraham Accords, which is a very big thing for which our country received no credit, never receives credit. Everyone says that I should get the Nobel Peace Prize for each one of these achievements. But for me, the real prize will be the sons and daughters who live to grow up with their mothers and fathers, because millions of people are no longer being killed in endless and unglorious wars. What I care about is not winning prizes, it's saving lives. We saved millions and millions of lives with the 7 wars. And we have others that we're working on, and you know that. Many years ago, a very successful real estate developer in New York, known as Donald J. Trump, I bid on the renovation and rebuilding of this very United Nations complex. I remember it so well. I said at the time that I would do it for $500 million, rebuilding everything. It would be beautiful. I used to talk about, I'm going to give you marble floors. They're going to give you terrazzo. I'm going to give you the best of everything. You're going to have mahogany walls. They're going to give you plastic. But they decided to go in another direction, which was much more expensive at the time, and which actually produced a far inferior product. And I realized that they did not know what they were doing when it came to construction, and that their building concepts were so wrong, and the product that they were proposing to build was so bad and so costly. It was going to cost them a fortune. And I said, and wait till you see the overruns. Well, I turned out to be right. They had massive cost overruns and spent between $2 and $4 billion on the building and did not even get the marble floors that I promised them. You walk on terrazzo. Do you notice that? As far as I'm concerned, frankly, looking at the building and getting stuck on the escalator, they still haven't finished the job. They still haven't finished. That was years ago. The project was so corrupt that Congress actually asked me to testify before them on the tremendous waste of money, because it turned out that they had no idea what it was, but they knew it was anywhere between $2 and $4 billion as opposed to $500 million with a guarantee. But they had no idea, and I said it cost much more than $5 billion. Unfortunately, many things in the United Nations are happening just like that, but on an even much bigger scale, much, much bigger. Very sad to see. Whether the UN can manage to play a productive role, I've come here today to offer the hand of American leadership and friendship to any nation in this assembly that is willing to join us in forging a safer, more prosperous world. And it's a world that we'll be much happier with. A dramatically better future is within our reach. But to get there, we must reject the failed approaches of the past and work together to confront some of the greatest threats in history. There is no more serious danger to our planet today than the most powerful and destructive weapons ever devised by man, of which the United States, as you know, has many. Just as I did in my first term, I've made containing these threats a top priority, starting with the nation of Iran. My position is very simple. The world's #1 sponsor of terror can never be allowed to possess the most dangerous weapon. That's why, shortly after taking office, I sent the so-called Supreme Leader a letter making a generous offer. I extended a pledge of full cooperation in exchange for a suspension of Iran's nuclear program. The regime's answer was to continue their constant threats to their neighbors and U.S. interests throughout the region and some great countries that are right nearby. Today, many of Iran's former military commanders, in fact, I can say almost all of them, are no longer with us. They're dead. And 3 months ago, in Operation Midnight Hammer, 7 American B-2 bombers dropped the 14 30,000-pound each bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally obliterating everything. No other country on earth could have done what we did. No other country has the equipment to do what we did. We have the greatest weapons on earth. We hate to use them. But we did something that for 22 years people wanted to do. With Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity demolished, I immediately brokered an end to the 12-day war, as it's called, between Israel and Iran, with both sides agreeing to fight no longer. As everyone knows, I have also been deeply engaged in seeking a ceasefire in Gaza. Have to get that done. Have to get it done. Unfortunately, Hamas has repeatedly rejected reasonable offers to make peace. We can't forget October 7th, can we? Now, as if to encourage continued conflict, some of this body is seeking to unilaterally recognize a Palestinian state. The rewards would be too great for Hamas terrorists for their atrocities. This would be a reward for these horrible atrocities, including October 7th, even while they refuse to release the hostages or accept a ceasefire. Instead of giving to Hamas and giving so much, because they've taken so much, they have taken so much. This could have been solved so long ago. But instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demands, those who want peace should be united with one message: release the hostages now. Just release the hostages now. Thank you. Thank you. As we have got to come together, and we will come together, got to get it done. We have to stop the war in Gaza immediately. We have to stop it. We have to get it done. Back to very quickly and very badly, as though they were alive. They want them. They want them every bit as much as if their son or daughter were alive. I've also been working relentlessly, stopping the killing in Ukraine. I thought that would be, of the 7 wars that I stopped, I thought that would be the easiest because of my relationship with President Putin, which had always been a good one. I thought that was going to be the easiest one. But, you know, in war, you never know what's going to happen. There are always lots of surprises, both good and bad. Everyone thought Russia would win this war in 3 days, but it didn't work out that way. It was supposed to be just a quick little skirmish. It's not making Russia look good. It's making them look bad. No matter what happens from here on out, this was something that should have taken a matter of days, certainly less than a week. And they've been fighting for 3.5 years and killing anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 young soldiers, mostly soldiers, on both sides, every single week. From 5,000 to 7,000 dead young people, and some in cities, much smaller numbers, where rockets are shot, where drones are dropped. This war would never have started if I were president. This was a war that should have never happened. It shows you what leadership is, what bad leadership can do to a country. Look what happened to the United States, and look where we are right now in just a short period of time. The only question now is how many more lives will be needlessly lost on both sides. China and India are the primary funders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase Russian oil. But inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much Russian energy and Russian energy products, which, as you know, I found out about 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't happy. Think of it. They're funding the war against themselves. Who the hell ever heard of that one? In the event that Russia is not ready to make a deal to end the war, then the United States is fully prepared to impose a very strong round of powerful tariffs, which would stop the bloodshed, I believe, very quickly. But for those tariffs to be effective, European nations, all of you are gathered here right now, would have to join us in adopting the exact same measures. I mean, you're much closer to this. We have an ocean in between. You're right there. And Europe has to step it up. They can't be doing what they're doing. They're buying oil and gas from Russia while they're fighting Russia. It's embarrassing to them, and it was very embarrassing to them when I found out about it, I can tell you that. They have to immediately cease all energy purchases from Russia. Otherwise, we're all wasting a lot of time. So I'm ready to discuss this. We're going to discuss it today with the European nations, all gathered here. I'm sure they're thrilled to hear me speak about it, but that's the way it is. I like to speak my mind and speak the truth. As we seek to reduce the threat of dangerous weapons today, I'm also calling on every nation to join us in ending the development of biological weapons once and for all. And biological is terrible, and nuclear is even beyond, and we include nuclear in that. We want to have a cessation of the development of nuclear weapons. We know, and I get to view it all the time. Sir, would you like to see? And I look at weapons that are so powerful that we just can't ever use them. If we ever use them, the world literally might come to an end. There would be no United Nations to be talking about. There would be no nothing. Just a few years ago, reckless experiments overseas gave us a devastating global pandemic. Yet despite that worldwide catastrophe, many countries are continuing extremely risky research into bioweapons and man-made pathogens. This is unbelievably dangerous. To prevent potential disasters, I'm announcing today that my administration will lead an international effort to enforce Biological Weapons Convention, which is going to be meeting with the top leaders of the world by pioneering an AI verification system that everyone can trust. Hopefully the UN can play a constructive role, and it will also be one of the early projects under AI. Let's see how good it is, because a lot of people are saying it could be one of the great things ever, but it also can be dangerous, but it can be put to tremendous use and tremendous good, and this would be an example of that. Not only is the UN not solving the problems it should, too often, it's actually creating new problems for us to solve. The best example is the number one political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's uncontrolled. Your countries are being ruined. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and their borders. In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States, and then we have to get them out. The UN also provided food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border. Millions of people came through that southern border. Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration. And now we have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable. The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them and not finance them. In the United States, we reject the idea that mass numbers of people from foreign lands can be permitted to travel halfway around the world, trample our borders, violate our sovereignty, cause unmitigated crime, and deplete our social safety net. We have reasserted that America belongs to the American people, and I encourage all countries to take their own stand in defense of their citizens as well. You have to do that because I see it. I'm not mentioning names. I see it, and I can call every single one of them out. You're destroying your countries. They're being destroyed. Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into Europe. Nobody is ever, and nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it. And I have to say, I look at London, where you have a terrible mayor, terrible mayor, and it's been so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law, but you're in a different country. You can't do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained. What makes the world so beautiful is that each country is unique. But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control their own borders. You have the right to control your borders, as we do now, and to limit the sheer numbers of migrants entering their countries and paid for by the people of that nation that were there and that built that particular nation at the time. They put their blood, sweat, tears, money into that country, and now they're being ruined. Proud nations must be allowed to protect their communities and prevent their societies from being overwhelmed by people they have never seen before, with different customs, religions, with different everything. Where migrants have violated laws, lodged false asylum claims, or claimed refugee status for illegitimate reasons, they should, in many cases, be immediately sent home. And while we will always have a big heart for places and people that are struggling and truly compassionate, answers will be given. We have to solve the problem, and we have to solve it in their countries, not create new problems in our countries. And we are very helpful to a lot of countries that are just not able to send their people anymore. They used to send them to us in caravans of 25,000, 30,000 people each. These massive caravans of people pouring into our country, totally unchecked and unvetted. But not anymore. According to the Council of Europe, in 2024, almost 50% of inmates in German prisons were foreign nationals or migrants. In Austria, the number was 53% of the people in prisons were from places that weren't from where they are now. In Greece, the number was 54%, and in Switzerland, beautiful Switzerland, 72% of the people in prisons are from outside of Switzerland. When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness, and that's what they did, they repaid kindness with crime, it's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you, I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration. Once we started detaining and deporting everyone who crossed the border and removing illegal aliens from the United States, they simply stopped coming. They're not coming anymore. We're getting a lot of credit, but they're not coming anymore. This was a humanitarian act for all involved, because on the trips up, thousands of people a week were dying. Women were being raped. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Raped, horribly beaten, raped. On the trip up, the journey up, it was a long walk. It was a long, arduous journey, indeed. And it was also a historic victory against human trafficking. throughout the region. What we did was a victory, and we saved so many lives of people that wouldn't make the journey. That journey was loaded up with death. Loaded up with death. Dead bodies all along the roads of jungles to get up. They go through jungles, they go through areas so hot you couldn't breathe. They were dying of suffocation. Areas so hot that you couldn't breathe. Dead bodies all over. By them not coming, we're saving tremendous numbers of lives. My people have done a fantastic job in doing what they did, and the American public agrees with it. I mean, I was very proud to see this morning I have the highest poll numbers I've ever had. Part of it is because of what we've done on the border. I guess the other part is what we've done on the economy. Joe Biden's policies empowered murderous gangs, human smugglers, child traffickers, drug cartels, and prisoners from all over the world. The previous administration also lost nearly 300,000 children. Think of that. They lost more than 300,000 children, little children, who were trafficked into the United States on the Biden watch, many of whom have been raped, exploited, and abused, and sold. Sold. Nobody talks about that. The fake news doesn't write about it. With many others, young children who are missing or dead. And we found a lot of these children, and we're sending them back, and we've been sending them back to their parents. They said, nobody knows who they are. They said, where do you come from? And they'll give us a country, and we'll find out, and we'll figure it out, and we'll bring them back to their homes. And the mother and father rush to the door, and their tears in their eyes. They can't believe that they're seeing their son or daughter, their little son or daughter again. We've done almost 30,000 of them so far. Any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil. Yet that is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done, and it's what it's all about. In America, those days, as you know, are over. The Trump administration is working, and we are continuing to work to track down the villains that are causing this problem, and also, as I said, to get back the 30,000 we've already returned. Now I think we're going to have another. We're going to find a lot. You're not going to find all of them. 300, more than 300,000. They're lost or they're dead. They're lost or they're dead because of the animals that did this. To protect our citizens, I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as and you see this, and you see it happening right before your eyes. Let's put it this way. People don't like taking big loads of drugs in boats anymore. There aren't too many boats that are traveling on the seas by Venezuela. They tend not to want to travel very quickly anymore. And we've virtually stopped drugs coming into our country by sea. We call them the water drugs. They kill hundreds of thousands of people. I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as foreign terrorist organizations, along with two bloodthirsty transnational gangs, probably the worst gangs anywhere in the world, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua is from Venezuela, by the way. Such organizations torture, maim, mutilate, and murder with impunity. They're the enemies of all humanity. For this reason, we've recently begun using the supreme power of the United States military to destroy Venezuelan terrorists and trafficking networks led by Nicolas Maduro. To every terrorist thug smuggling poisonous drugs into the United States of America, please be warned that we will blow you out of existence. That's what we're doing. We have no choice. Can't let it happen. They're destroying. I believe we lost 300,000 people last year to drugs, 300,000. Fentanyl and other drugs. Each boat that we sink carries drugs that would kill more than 25,000 Americans. We will not let that happen. Energy is another area where the United States is now thriving like never before. We're getting rid of the falsely named renewables. By the way, they're a joke. They don't work. They're too expensive. They're not strong enough to fire up the plants that you need to make your country great. the wind doesn't blow. Those big windmills are so pathetic and so bad, so expensive to operate. And they have to be rebuilt all the time, and they start to rust and rot. Most expensive energy ever conceived, and it's actually energy. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. You lose money, the governments have to subsidize. You can't put them out without massive subsidies. And most of them are built in China, and I give China a lot of credit. They build them, but they have very few wind farms. So why is it that they build them and they send them all over the world, but they barely use them? You know what they use? Coal. They use gas. They use almost anything, but they don't like wind. But they sure as hell like selling the windmills. Europe, on the other hand, is a long way to go, with many countries being on the brink of destruction because of the green energy agenda. And I give a lot of credit to Germany. Germany was being led down a very sick path, both on immigration, by the way, and on energy. They were going green, and they were going bankrupt. And the new leadership came in, and they went back to where they were, with fossil fuel and with nuclear, which is good. It's now safe. You can do it properly. But they went back to where they were, and they opened up a lot of different plants, energy-producing plants, and they're doing well. I give Germany a lot of credit for that. They've said this is a disaster, what's happening. They were going all green. All green is all bankrupt. That's what it represents. And it's not politically correct. I'll be very badly criticized for saying it, but I'm here to tell the truth. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'm in New York City. I'm feeling a lot safer. Crime, we're getting crime down. And by the way, speaking of crime, Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. was the crime capital of America. Now it's after 12 days, it's a totally safe city. Everyone's going out to dinner. They're going out to restaurants. Your wife can walk down the middle of the street with or without you. Nothing's going to happen. My people have done a fantastic job. And yes, I called in the National Guard, and the National Guard took care of business. And they weren't politically correct, but they took care of business. We got 1,700 career criminals out, brought them back to where they came from, the countries where they came from, or put them in jails. Washington, D.C. is now a totally safe city again, and I welcome you to come. In fact, we'll have dinner together at a local restaurant, and we'll be able to walk. We don't have to go by an armor-plated vehicle. We'll walk right over there from the White House. They've given up their powerful edge, a lot of the countries that we're talking about, in oil and gas, such as essentially closing the great North Sea oil. Oh, the North Sea, I know it so well. Aberdeen was the oil capital of Europe, and there's tremendous oil that hasn't been found in the North Sea. Tremendous oil. And I was with the Prime Minister I respect and like a lot, and I said, you're sitting with the greatest asset. They essentially closed it by making it so highly taxed that no developer, no oil company can go there. They have tremendous oil left, and more importantly, they have tremendous oil that hasn't even been found yet. And what a tremendous asset for the United Kingdom. And I hope the Prime Minister is listening, because I told it to him 3 days in a row. That's all he heard. North Sea oil, North Sea, because I want to see them do well. I want to stop seeing them ruining that beautiful Scottish and English countryside with windmills and massive solar panels that go 7 miles by 7 miles, taking away farmland. But we're not letting this happen in America. In 1982, the executive director of the United Nations Environmental Program predicted that by the year 2000, climate change would cause a global catastrophe. He said that it will be irreversible, as any nuclear holocaust would be. This is what they said at the United Nations. What happened? Here we are. Another UN official stated in 1989 that within a decade, entire nations could be wiped off the map by global warming. Not happening. You know, it used to be global cooling. If you look back years ago in the 1920s and the 1930s, they said, global cooling will kill the world. We have to do something. Then they said global warming will kill the world. But then it started getting cooler, so now they could just call it climate change, because that way, you know, they actually said during the campaign they had a hat, the best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything. And I'm telling you that if you don't get away from the green energy scam, your country is going to fail. And if you don't stop people that you've never seen before, that you have nothing in common with, your country is going to fail. I'm the president of the United States, but I worry about Europe. I love Europe. I love the people of Europe. And I hate to see it being devastated by energy and immigration. This double-tailed monster destroys everything in its wake, and they cannot let that happen any longer. You're doing it because you want to be nice. You want to be politically correct, and you're destroying your heritage. They must take control strongly and immediately of the unmitigated immigration disaster and the fake energy catastrophe before it's too late. The carbon footprint is a hoax made up by people with evil intentions, and they're heading down a path of total destruction. You know, the carbon footprint was a big, big thing a few years ago. I remember hearing about the carbon footprint, and then President Obama would get into Air Force One, a massive Boeing 747, and not a new one, an old one with old engines that spew everything into the atmosphere. He'd talk about the carbon footprint, we must do so. Then he'd get in and he'd fly from Washington to Hawaii to play a round of golf. And then he'd get back onto that big, beautiful plane and he'd fly back and he'd talk about, again, global warming and the carbon footprint. It's a con job. At extreme cost and expense, Europe reduced its own carbon footprint by 37%. Think of that. Congratulations, Europe. Great job. You cost yourself a lot of jobs, a lot of factories closed, but you reduced the carbon footprint by 37%. However, for all of that sacrifice and much more, it's been totally wiped out and then some by a global increase of 54%. Much of it coming from China and other countries that are thriving around China, which now produces more CO2 than all the other developed nations in the world. So all of these countries are working so hard on the carbon footprint, which is nonsense, by the way. It's nonsense. You know, it's interesting. In the United States, we have still radicalized environmentalists, and they want the factories to stop. Everything should stop. No more cows. We don't want cows anymore. I guess they want to kill all the cows. They want to do things that are just unbelievable, and you have it too. But, you know, we have a border, strong, and we have a shape, and that shape doesn't just go straight up. That shape is amorphous when it comes to the atmosphere. And if we had the most clean air, and I think we do, we have very clean air. We have the cleanest air we've had in many, many years. But the problem is that other countries, like China, which has air that's a little bit rough, it blows. And no matter what you're doing down here, the air up here is where their air isn't so clean. And the environmentalists refuse to acknowledge that. Same thing with garbage. In Asia, they dump much of their garbage right into the ocean. And over about a 1 week and 2 week journey, it flows right past Los Angeles. You've seen it. Massive amounts of garbage, almost too much to do anything about, flowing past Los Angeles, past San Francisco, and then somebody will get in trouble because he dropped a cigarette on the beach. The whole thing is crazy. The primary effect of these brutal green energy policies has not been to help the environment, but to redistribute manufacturing and industrial activity from developed countries that follow the insane rules that are put down to polluting countries that break the rules and are making a fortune. They're making a fortune. European electricity bills are now 4 to 5 times more expensive than those in China, and 2 to 3 times higher than the United States. And our bills are coming way down. You probably see that our Gasoline prices are way down. You know, we have an expression, drill, baby
Nós
drill.
reduzimos
And
os
that's what we're
custos
doing.
de energia porque nós faremos como vamos fazer tudo isso, reduzir os custos de energia e os custos diminuíram nos Estados Unidos.
Very uncommon to see one in some of these countries.
Por exemplo, se você olhar
electric costs are so high. So while the U.S. has approximately 1,300 heat-related deaths annually, that's a lot. Europe loses more than 175,000 people to heat deaths each year.
Usar eles e evitar aumento da temperatura, porque é muito caro também usar
all in the name of pretending to stop the global warming hoax. The entire globalist concept of asking successful industrialized nations to inflict pain on themselves and radically disrupt their entire societies must be rejected completely and totally, and it must be immediate. That's why in America I withdrew from the fake Paris Climate Accord, where, by the way, America was paying so much more than every country. Others weren't paying. China didn't have to pay until 2030. Russia was given an old standard that was easy to meet, a 1990 standard. But for the United States, we're supposed to pay like $1 trillion. And I said, this is another scam. The fact is, the United States has been taken advantage of by the world for many, many years, but not any longer, as you probably noticed. I unleashed massive energy production and signed historic executive orders to hunt for oil, but we don't have to do much hunting because we have the most oil of any nation anywhere, oil and gas in the world. And if you add coal, we have the most of any nation in the world. Clean, I call it clean, beautiful coal. You can do things today with coal that you couldn't have done 10 years ago, 15 years. So I have a little standing order in the White House. Never use the word coal, only use the words clean, beautiful coal. Sounds much better, doesn't it? But we stand ready to provide any country with abundant, affordable energy supplies if you need them, when most of you do. We're proudly exporting energy all over the world. We're now the largest exporter. In the United States, we want trade and robust commerce with all nations, everybody. We want to help nations. We're going to help nations. But it must also be fair and reciprocal. The challenge with trade is much the same with climate. The countries that followed the rules, and all their factories have been plundered. It's really sad to watch. They've been broken. They've been broken by countries that broke the rules. That's why the United States is now applying tariffs to other countries, and much as these tariffs were for many years applied to us, uncontrollably applied to us. We've used tariffs as a defense mechanism under the Trump administration, including my first term, where hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs were taken in. And by the way, we had the lowest inflation, and now we have very low inflation. The only thing different is that we have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing into our country. But this is how we will ensure that the system works for everyone and is sustainable into the future. We're also using tariffs to defend our sovereignty and security throughout the world, including against nations that have taken advantage of former U.S. administrations for decades, including the most corrupt, incompetent administration in history, the sleepy Joe Biden administration. Brazil now faces major tariffs in response to its unprecedented efforts to interfere in the rights and freedoms of our American citizens and others, with censorship, repression, weaponization, judicial corruption, and targeting of political critics in the United States. I have a little problem saying this because I must tell you, I was walking in and the leader of Brazil was walking out. We saw him, and I saw him, he saw me, and we embraced. And then I'm saying, can you believe I'm going to be saying this in just 2 minutes? But we actually agreed that we would meet next week. We didn't have much time to talk, like about 20 seconds. They were in retrospect, I'm glad I waited because this thing didn't work out too well. But we did talk. We had a good talk, and we agreed to meet next week, if that's of interest. But he seemed like a very nice man, actually. He liked me, I liked him. But if you, and I only do business with people I like. When I don't like them, I don't like them. But we had, at least for about 39 seconds, we had excellent chemistry. It's a good sign. But also in the past, Brazil, can you believe this, unfairly tariffed our nation, but now because of our tariffs, we are hitting them back, and we're hitting them back very hard. As president, I will always defend our national sovereignty and the rights of American citizens. So I'm very sorry to say this, that Brazil is doing poorly and will continue to do poorly. They can only do well when they're working with us. Without us, they will fail, just as others have failed. It's true. Next year, the United States will celebrate the 250th anniversary of our glorious independence, a testament to enduring power and American freedom and spirit. We will also be proudly hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and shortly thereafter the 2028 Olympics, which is going to be very exciting. I hope you all come. I hope that countless people from all over the globe will take part of these will be great celebrations of liberty and human achievement, and that together we all can rejoice in the miracles of history that began in July 4th, 1776, when we founded the light to all nations. And it's something really that an amazing thing came out of that date. It's called the United States of America. In honor of this momentous anniversary, I hope that all countries who find inspiration in our example will join us in renewing our commitment, values, and those values really that we hold so dear. Together, let us defend free speech and free expression. Let us protect religious liberty, including for the most persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity. And let us safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each of our nations so special, incredible, and extraordinary. In closing, I just want to repeat that immigration and the high cost of so-called green renewable energy is destroying a large part of the free world and a large part of our planet. Countries that cherish freedom are fading fast because of their policies on these two subjects. You need strong borders and traditional energy sources if you are going to be great again. Whether you have come from north or south, east or west, near or far, every leader in this beautiful hall today represents a rich culture, a noble history, and a proud heritage that makes each nation majestic and unique, unlike anything else in human history or any other place on the face of the earth. From London to Lima, from Rome to Athens, from Paris to Seoul, from Cairo to Tokyo and Amsterdam to right here in New York City, we stand on the shoulders of the leaders and legends, generals and giants, heroes and titans who won and built our beloved nations, all of our nations, with their own courage, strength, spirit, and skill. Our ancestors climbed mountains, conquered oceans, crossed deserts, and trekked over wide open plains. They charged into thunderous battles, plunged into grave dangers, and they were soldiers and farmers and workers and warriors and explorers and patriots. They built towns into cities, tribes into kingdoms, ideas into industries, and small islands into mighty empires. You're a part of all of that. They were champions for their people who never gave up and who never, ever gave in. Their values defined our national identities. Their visions forged our magnificent destiny. Everybody in this room is a part of it in your own way. Each of us inherits the deeds and the myths, the triumphs, the legacies of our own heroes and founders who so bravely showed us the way. Our ancestors gave everything for homelands that they defended with pride, with sweat, with blood, with life, and with death. Now the righteous task of protecting the nations that they built belongs to each and every one of us. So together, let us uphold our sacred duty to our people and to our citizens. Let us protect their borders, ensure their safety, preserve their cultures, treasure, and traditions, and fight for their precious dreams and their cherished freedoms. And in friendship and really a beautiful vision, let us all work together to build a bright, beautiful planet, a planet that we all share, a planet of peace and a world that is richer, better, and more beautiful than ever before. That can happen. It will happen. It will happen, and I hope it can happen and start right now, right at this moment. We'll turn it around. We're going to make our countries better, safer, more beautiful. We're going to take care of our people. Thank you very much. It's been an honor. God bless the nations of the world. Thank you very much. Bye.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United States.
An incredible, successful MAGA 2.0, the truth doctrine laid out there at the United Nations. President Trump speaking to the General Assembly on countless different topics, from Russian oil to the Europeans paying into that. And he said it as it is. He said, I don't care if it's popular. I don't care if it gets criticized. I will speak truth to power, and sanctions coming if Russia does not cease in its influence over Europe. But lots changed with that, with the $720 billion deal from a few weeks ago. Dialogue discussed and agreed to between the European Union and the United States. Also talking down to China and what they have caused in the world, especially when it comes to labor trafficking and the people that they have sent over our southern border, to the Green New Scam, to American sovereignty, to world peace. Topics where this president has dominated on the world stage. I'd like to thank a couple of our sponsors, mypillow.com/RSBN, the 6-piece towel set back in stock. The regular price going for $70, now under $40, $39.98 for a very limited quantity and quality of time. And that's what it's about. It's really inexpensive, but high-quality products coming right to you from Minnesota. Mike Lindell working hard to provide this for the American people. MyPillow.com/RSBN. It's 800-836-7566. Support Mike Lindell and Right Side Broadcasting Network with MyPillow.com/RSBN. If you like what you see here at your go-to live desk, feel free to donate so that we can be a voice for you against the legacy media that's out there. RSBnetwork.com/donate. You can also text RSBN to 801-801. There's also a physical address for a money order or check. 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. That's 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344. Auburn, Alabama. It's the loveliest village on the plains. 36830. Thank you so much for your financial support, so that we can, like President Trump, speak truth to power and bring you unbridled access and coverage of his speeches and bilateral meetings at the 80th gathering of the United Nations General Assembly in New York City. And as we await President Trump's bilateral meeting with President Zelenskyy of the Ukraine, we do have a short 4-minute or so meeting between President Trump and President Javier Milei of Argentina, a great voice in South America, a freedom fighter, someone who was at the Hispanic Ball dating back to prior to the January 20th celebration and inauguration of President Donald Trump as the 47th president of the United States. He then endorses Javier Milei, the president of Argentina, for another term. And we could take you to that video now.
Johnny, we have a lot of meetings scheduled, but I wanted to meet with the president of Argentina. And we both wanted to meet with friends. He's done a fantastic job. And I'm doing something that I don't often do. I'm giving a full endorsement to him. We just endorsed him for president. As you know, he has a race coming up and I'm sure he's going to do well, but now I think this hopefully assures it. And to the people of Argentina, we're backing him 100%. We think he's done a fantastic job. He, like us, inherited a mess, and what he's done to fix it is good, and Scott is working with their country so that they can get good debt and all of the things that you need to make Argentina great again. So it's an honor for me to endorse the president and the future president of Argentina. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That wasn't bad. Now we can get out of here.
Are you going to help bail out Argentina, Mr. President?
Well, we're going to. You were able to get all that.
So this is a whole of America approach. Secretary Scott Bessent, Monica Crowley, also in assistance to President Trump in these bilateral meetings, going from leader to leader, as you have seen here, with Steve Witkoff also in attendance as someone who's been a great Middle East envoy and has really been at the center of many negotiations, getting hostages back from Russia, among other places throughout the world, to negotiate key strategic interests of the United States. And as Secretary of State Marco Rubio has mentioned on countless occasions, if it does not serve the interest of America first and United States foreign policy, we will not engage in it. Perhaps we will even disengage, or we will simply speak out on a number of different things. But it's the use of tariffs. It's the use of being forthright and speaking and talking with friends and foe, where you've seen how this foreign policy works much better than the neoliberal and neocon agendas of Bill Clinton and George W. Bush, Barack Hussein Obama, and the Autopen, who failed the American people and gave us $37 trillion of debt. President Trump speaking on that during that roughly 1 hour speech to the UN General Assembly today. And he's unafraid to speak truth to power to those adversaries who might be out there, or even those friends who have taken advantage of the United States, one being the European Union. They were made to hit back against the United States, but Ursula von der Leyen said on a regular basis as well during those Scotland meetings with President Trump at Trump Turnberry that, yes, we have taken advantage. We have to scale that and make it an even playing field for the United States as well in the trading sphere between the two largest economies in the world. And President Trump meeting with the European Union president, and we have that playback ready for you now.
I was never even given a phone call, but you have a list of the wars, and these were wars that were pretty much unstoppable. These are wars that were not going to be settled. One was 31 years, one was 32 years, one was 35 years, and altogether a total of 7. 2 were starting, and I was never called by the UN. I was never like, I didn't even think about it, frankly, until after we did it. I never gave it a lot of thought. And then recently I started thinking, we were never helped by the UN. And the UN has tremendous potential. It's going to hopefully put out the wars themselves. I mean, someday it's going to do what I've been doing, and they should be able to do it.
Do you think it can play in peacekeeping, for example, going forward, given what you just said?
Well, it's a fantastic role in peacekeeping. It should be great. I mean, we shouldn't have any wars if the UN's really doing its job. I know they were involved originally with Russia, Ukraine, and that didn't get done, because that was the time to stop it. But no, I always say about the UN, fantastic potential, but it's all about the people. You can have a wonderful concept, but if you don't have the people. The UN has never lived up to its potential, but I'm the example of it. We do all these wars, and we weren't helped by the UN. We weren't hurt by them, but we weren't helped. They didn't do anything. And they're supposed to be solving these problems. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press.
So tiny tidbits of what is taking place in all of these meetings as President Trump goes from bilateral meetings with the European Union president, the president of Argentina. As you saw earlier as well, a great speech before the UN General Assembly, the first one in 6 years, where he first laid out what was the Trump-MAGA doctrine of peace through strength, America first, defending American interests, really reiterating that in this speech and speaking out against the Green New scam, against globalist agendas, communism, fascism, and socialism around the world, and frankly, the UN's failures. And I can't remember the last time an American president has stood there and pointed the finger at the United Nations, and rightfully so, that you might get a letter backed up by words, but then without action. We've seen it time and again. The 300,000 children that were trafficked over the southern border under the Autopen administration, partially responsible because of the United Nations inaction in regards to that. And as he said, too, the teleprompter's not working, the escalator's not working. Thank God that he's in good health, that First Lady Melania Trump also in good shape, as President Trump put it, that they could have tumbled and fallen, but they got 20 seconds with the Brazilian president, and President Trump breaking news in that speech that he will be meeting with the Brazilian president, someone who is of the far left Workers' Party, somewhere where you've seen with Mr. Bolsonaro, the former president, the liberty lover, much like Javier Milei of Argentina. He's been prosecuted and sentenced to 27 years for an attempted coup, a coup which is completely politically driven on the side of these judicial nominees, like what you saw against President Trump in the United States. Mr. Bolsonaro's son also sentenced to prison for coercion. This is a complete leftist attempt to take over a populist movement within Brazil. And we look forward to that meeting that President Trump will have with the current president to see if anything can be made there to protect his predecessor, who's clearly being politically charged and attacked and maligned because he believes in the foundational principles of what we do here in this great country. So it is not just a fight here in the United States. It's a worldwide fight for right-wing populism, common sense, Christianity, and ultimately nationalism and economic prosperity. And nationalism, not a bad word, because you have patriotism and love your country, you're somehow a bad person. Nothing could be further from the truth. And thank God that great leaders throughout the world have followed in the footsteps of President Donald Trump to defend and promote their citizens and a global standard of peace by celebrating true diversity while encouraging borders and not just bringing in illegal migrants that might change your entire nation. It's common sense governance, and it's thanks to the leadership of President Trump and the anti-globalist movement making that happen. Now, with all of this going on, $37 trillion in debt to upheavals, thank God President Trump stopping 7 conflicts, as he mentioned in the speech, but with Russia and Ukraine and other things that are slightly unstable throughout the world and extreme socialist, fascist, and communist leaders, what are you to do about that debt that might affect you? Well, it's TDS or PDSdebt.com/RSBN. Get your free assessment right now. Break free from that debt, because a lot of cases, it doesn't matter who's in charge or what government you're living under. But what's great about this PDSdebt.com/RSBN, there's no credit score requirement to review. And within 30 seconds, they can see if they can help you immediately. Secure free quotes, custom options. And again, with that $37 trillion in debt, with the paper money being printed and inflation that has affected this country more than perhaps any other time since the 1970s, what are you to do with the cost of goods rising? Now, we know President Trump, thank God, with the tariffs and the billions being brought back to this country, some relief at the gas pump, relief with things like eggs and at the grocery store. But break free from that debt with a no-obligation call at PDSdebt.com/RSBN. Get your free assessment now. Break free from debt. Thank you for your sponsorship on the right side of history. It's 1:11 on the East Coast, 10:11 on the Golden Coast out west, as we await President Trump's bilateral meeting with President Zelenskyy of the Ukraine. He mentioned in the speech that sanctions are coming to Russia if the selling of their oil and natural gas does not cease between them and Europe. And President Trump not happy with the revealing of some of those details after that great new trade deal, $600 billion with the European Union. And then on top of that, $720 billion in energy exchanges with a 15% tariff rate to get into the United States market. And again, Europe now finally getting poultry and cattle and dairy from the United States. Our farmers and ranchers who for so long had to put up with the chemicals that were in the food. This was a huge component of what HHS has done with the Treasury Department. And that's why you see the whole of the federal government cabinet members there at the UN General Assembly, from Secretary Scott Bessent to Secretary Marco Rubio, also Susie Wiles, the chief of staff, and Steve Witkoff, the mission envoy, who really was focused on the Middle East, but has been with President Trump and Secretary Rubio every step of the way in these good negotiations. So we look forward to what might develop on Russia and Ukraine today. Let's take a quick commercial break for more sponsors, but stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Don't change the dial. A big day for President Trump, the administration, and quite frankly, the world at the UN General Assembly.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back-in-stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get our MyPillow bed sheets, only $29.88. Any color, any style, any size, even kings, regular $119.98, only $29.88. Once they're gone for good. How about our My Towels? They're finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first time and the only time ever, get our limited edition premium My Pillows. They're made with Giza cotton and designer gusset. Queen $17.98, Kings only $19.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so order now.
Many threats are in this world, as President Trump laid out the America First agenda this morning at the United Nations. And sharing on Truth Social, the Venezuela militia, which he called out the Venezuelan government as they had to sit and watch and listen, stating that every one of these drug trafficking boats will be destroyed by the United States. These chemicals, these poisons that have the power to kill 25,000 plus Americans in one fatal swoop. But as a response, the Venezuela militia seems to be training, according to President Trump on Truth Social. Quite the fighting force as President Trump is laying down the letter of the law at the United Nations, and doing so with humor, with jest, with goodwill. He stated in that speech, "I will sit down and work with just about anyone in order to have peace and prosperity And as he aptly called it out, I'm usually right about things. And when I make those predictions, they seem to come true. This man is playing 4D chess, and it's good to see the United States respected once again, with everyone staying in that chamber, even adversaries like China to Venezuela to the Russian Federation. At times are friends, but they don't necessarily have their thinking caps on at all times in the European Union. But nevertheless, President Trump offering that olive branch of goodwill and common sense and reiterating that he will always stand for America first, while at the same time encouraging those leaders to represent their residents to fight for freedom and liberty throughout the world. And number 6, Mr. Producer, President Trump doing just that, speaking with Kazakhstan on their wanting to trade with the United States. I just concluded a wonderful call with the highly respected president of Kazakhstan. They have signed the largest railroad equipment purchase in history. It's $4 billion worth of United States locomotives and rail equipment. We need to support our United States rail industry, which has been attacked by fake environmentalists for years. Congratulations to President Tokayev on his great purchase. This country and the world was built on reliable, beautiful railroads. Now, they will be coming back fast. And in a similar fashion, President Trump also speaking with the president of Uzbekistan earlier this month, speaking with the highly respected president of Uzbekistan, number 7 on the cut there. Today, I want to congratulate the president on signing this great new deal with Boeing worth over $8 billion. Uzbekistan Airways is purchasing 22,787 Dreamliners. So it'll create 35,000 jobs in the United States. And he is a man of his word. We will continue to work together on many more items. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So President Trump is either in person or over the phone changing the global landscape with these trade deals. Peace and freedom and security coming through true, free, and fair trade while putting American manufacturing and business first and foremost in the United States. And he does all this while also visiting Arizona for a heartfelt memorial that really became a revival and really was a church service at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona, for the life and legacy of Charles James Kirk, someone who fought for freedom of speech and free enterprise and the constitutional governance, and why that was the best route to go in a modern civilization. And then he became America's pastor and a great communicator at that. There's a video recap of Charlie's Memorial Day on Sunday. Cut 1, Mr. Producer. And thank you to State 48 for the hospitality, the love. It was moving to be there over a couple of days to remember a friend and former boss and someone who built a movement that led pointing right back to the cross. And whether it's through what's actually happened in this world, the cross itself that was the execution tool for countless Christians throughout the Roman Empire and our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, this would-be assassin overplayed his hand. The devil, evil, overplayed its hand, because now Charlie Kirk is more powerful and more alive than he could have ever been, with an influence dreaming of filling these stadiums, and that happening on Sunday. and with countless amazing words from the Vice President of the United States saying, I've never talked about my faith so personally and so much, and I've been talking about Jesus the last 2 weeks because of my friend. Secretary of State Marco Rubio pointing back to the cross and the work that we have collectively to do to save a country and a civilization and lead people to heaven. And then the showstopper of it all, his widow and now new CEO of Turning Point USA, Erica Kirk, forgiving the individual that took Charlie's life. As we know, there's an expanded investigation by the FBI under Kash Patel to continue to end up ultimately closing the case. We had the opportunity to go to the headquarters in Phoenix and to see all the roses and the personal gifts, the letters, people signing crosses that they were there, and the billboards that were surrounding all of the 10 freeway, celebrating Charlie's memory. It was a moving experience that I will never forget. And to see hundreds of thousands go into State Farm Stadium to the desert arena next door, Desert Diamond Arena. Amazing to see the entire Westgate complex full of patriots who did not have many words other than just celebrating, singing in song together, proclaiming the gospel, and pledging that we are Charlie and to live our lives better and more profoundly than ever before, personally and professionally, to help make America great again. And we could play cuts 2 and 3 of some of the comments President Trump had at that memorial, serving as the comforter-in-chief for someone who he saw truly as a son. And I know in turn how much Charlie loved President Trump, and the Trumps love the Kirk family. A movement that truly goes beyond politics and culture, but points towards heaven. Here are the president's comments from Sunday.
Today, Charlie Kirk rests in glory in heaven for all eternity. He has gone from speaking on campuses in Wisconsin to kneeling at the throne of God, where he is right now. We grieve for the friend and leader that we have lost, but we go forward strengthened by his faith and bolstered by his courage and inspired by his example to defend the country he lived for the freedoms he died for, and the values in which he so deeply believed. He believed in values that we should all believe in. Perhaps it should be no surprise that Charlie, who spent his life speaking with the critics of these traditions, ultimately became convinced that we needed not just a political realignment, but also a spiritual reawakening. We did. And we have to bring back religion to America, because without borders, law and order, and religion, you really don't have a country anymore. We want religion brought back to America. We want to bring God back into our beautiful USA like never before. We want God back. Charlie would have been so pleased to hear his friends and colleagues today giving testimony and giving glory to God.
The American church is alive with revival because of the life of Charlie Kirk. And we will go out into the world. As he mentioned, Christians are commanded to correct error, and we all share in falling short of the glory of God. Sin, as Secretary of State Marco Rubio mentioned, really cut at the heart and severed us from God, and therefore Jesus Christ took on the flesh, true God and true man, and ultimately his sacrifice opening up the gates of paradise for us, mere mortals, to share an eternity with him. And we know that Charlie is there with his Lord and Savior and blessing us from on high as the tour continues. Now the Turning Point tour, coming out of the American Comeback Tour, which will be at a college, campus, or university near you throughout this entire fall, and one that will be right here at Auburn University on November 5th, 1 year exactly from the date of the re-election of President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance in the 119th Republican Congress, a moment in which he said he had no words, simply that he's humbled by the gracious glory of God. Turning Point Action having a huge influence over that entire election just last year. And can you imagine a world if President Trump wasn't in that Oval Office, but a certain someone who's on a blame game tour right now would have been successful? Could she have solved 7 world conflicts? Could she have started to fight down this debt that we have? It would have been a much different world, especially for Christians and those who dearly cherish freedom of speech. So we thank our sponsors, mypillow.com/RSBN. Mike Lindell, a great fighter for freedom of speech and election integrity. The 6-piece towel set back in stock, now $40, $39.98, very limited quantity, but they are high quality out of the great state of Minnesota. And last week, Mike Lindell telling our very own Matthew Alvarez he's thinking about jumping into that race to become the next governor of Minnesota. So support Mike Lindell and Right Side Broadcasting Network. MyPillow.com/RSBN. Over 2,000 items on the site. Call today. Don't delay. It's 800-836-7566. A great man, a great quality product, all made here right in America. MyPillow.com/RSBN. If you do like what you see, please feel free to donate here to the go-to live desk that has been your go-to rally network, the number one source to cover and follow President Donald Trump in real time. You can donate by going to rsbnetwork.com/donate or by texting RSBN to 801801. We also have a physical address for check and money order, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6. This is Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. That is 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344. In the loveliest village on the plains, Auburn, Alabama 36830. I caught a glimpse. I could not take a good picture of it, but Trump Force One was in the house, as well as Air Force One and Air Force Two at Phoenix Sky Harbor, and also the Air Force Base nearby Glendale, Arizona, where the celebrations were over the weekend. So good to see Trump Force One back in action, helping many members of the Trump family on their way to pay tribute to the late, great Charlie Kirk. And before we get to President Trump with a bilateral meeting with President Zelenskyy expected at the bottom of the hour here, it's really something I thought about over the last couple of weeks. As I mentioned, the great execution tool that now Christians openly mock for the glory of God, saying that this golden cross, many that we wear across our necks, and proclaim openly that Jack Posobiec held during his speech, that Erica held in the car, Charlie's very own cross, that this is the glory. It's inverted. It's almost peculiar for the non-believer or for the evildoer, because they think they silence us through fear and through pain and division, when we take their very execution tools and turn them upside down for the glory of God. What great humility of our Savior to open up paradise to us through his sacrifice. What extraordinary humility of Charlie Kirk to never quit in that mission, ultimately dying a martyr. And whether it is real life like that, or even the fables told that have inspired movies and novels, I think about Narnia, the Stone Table, and Aslan resurrected. And the White Witch had no idea that that would occur, that he'd be more alive and more powerful than ever. Or Obi-Wan Kenobi in Star Wars telling his nemesis, Darth Vader, if you strike me down, I'll become twice as powerful, more powerful than you can ever imagine. That is the same case for our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, who is alive today, who is the Alpha and Omega, and now for Charlie Kirk in his eternal glory. Well done, good and faithful servant. The mission continues. And the revitalization of this American constitutional republic, for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, truly will not perish from the earth, as long as good men speak up and do what they can against evil. It's the only way evil succeeds, is if good men do nothing. And from behind this microphone, I pledge to you, and every day in honor and memory of my friend, that I will speak truth to power, that I will share via this network what is happening so you can see what your government is up to. Because it's the only profession that's actually outlined in the American Constitution. How vital the media plays a role and how they failed in the past or created an agenda that was extraordinarily anti-American. Go back 1 decade, how different things were. As this president and this administration continues to fight on a daily basis for those values that come from God on high, those rights. And it is worth dying for. Because dying is not the scariest thing at the end of the day, especially when you have that relationship with God on high and his son Jesus. He was once someone who spoke the truth, and people hated him for that. But as Tucker Carlson mentioned 2,000 years ago, you could almost laugh and scoff at it. Oh, that's how we're going to get him. Let's kill the guy. Let's all gang up on him. It's funny how history does not repeat, but it does rhyme. And that the bad guys think they'll have the upper hand, and they end up overplaying that hand in an extraordinary way. As it's just breaking as well that the true hate speech coming from the left, where Keith Olbermann saying about Scott Jennings that you're next MFer. Is that a threat? We see these continued patterns from the far left and the violence of Antifa, and President Trump laying it out in the speech to the UN General Assembly that those foreign terrorist organizations are no longer able to do bidding within the United States. They will be charged as such for their actions. And we have seen that over the last several years. There's a quick history lesson you can look at. Who killed Lincoln? A Democrat. Who killed JFK? A Democrat. Martin Luther King Jr., a Democrat. Created the KKK? Democrats. Lynched African Americans? Democrats. Segregation? Democrats. Jim Crow? Democrats. Internment camps? Democrats. The Confederacy? Democrats. But Republicans get called racist. Doesn't make a lot of sense. President Trump meeting with President Zelenskyy of the Ukraine. Will take you there now to see what they are discussing.
He's been interesting day, I think, very productive day. And we're now we're going to start a meeting with the president, who we all know very well, and he's a brave man, and he's picking up one hell of a fight. And we'll see how that all turns out. But we're going to have a meeting, and we have about 30 meetings scheduled today. We have a lot of meetings scheduled today, going pretty late into the night. But this is an important one, and we have great respect for the fight that Ukraine is putting up. It's pretty amazing, actually. So, Mr. President, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. First of all, thank you for this meeting. Thank you for your personal efforts to stop this war just now, Mr. President. And I'm happy to say that just now our First Ladies of Ukraine, First Ladies of the United States,
yes,
just now we'll have a meeting about Ukrainian children. Thank you for Melania's personal involvement to this topic. And this is very important. I will brief Mr. President and his team what's going on the battlefield. We have good news. Of course, we want to stop the war, and with your help, first of all. And it's good that our soldiers occupied 360 kilometers this month. And of course, we will speak about how to finish the war and about security guarantees. A lot of what to discuss. Thank you.
Would you like to say how you are doing on the battlefield?
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah. So thanks to our soldiers and to possibility to further the program when NATO countries, by the way, thanks to your support, that they can buy weapons from the United States. So our soldiers this month, they occupied 360 kilometers, and they encircled 1,000 soldiers. And of course, we want to exchange, because we need our soldiers in any case. But thanks to our soldiers, we have this possibility, this opportunity to continue until Russia will stop this war. And I hope that they will stop. In any case, we know that the economy of Russia is with this war, we need more pressure and more sanctions. And I hope with the United States, first of all, and Europe, but we support, Mr. President, your idea, and I want to discuss it, how to stop some countries from Europe, how to stop the possibility to buy Russian oil and gas. Right. Yes, I had conversation, by the way, with President of Slovakia, Prime Minister of Slovakia. We had a conversation. I think that they need some alternative ways, and they will support this idea. I'm not sure that Hungarians are ready, but everything is in the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Mr. President, do you think that NATO countries should shoot down Russian aircraft if they enter their airspace?
Yes, I do.
Mr. President, any update on your talks with President Putin, and do you still trust him?
I'll let you know in about a month from now, okay?
President
Mr.
Trump, your
President, are
message
you willing to provide Ukraine with the security guarantees the same way as European allies?
Well, that's later down the road. We'll be talking about that. Hopefully, we'll be in a position to talk about that a little bit later on. It's a little bit too early to answer that question.
Why do you think Mr. Putin is not going to meet with both of you?
President Trump, your message to President Orban, who is refusing to stop buying Russian oil.
Well, he's a friend of mine. I have not spoken to him, but I have a feeling if I did, he might stop, and I think I'll be doing that.
What progress do you think has been made on ending Russia's war against Ukraine since the last time you saw President Zelenskyy?
Well, the biggest progress is that the Russian economy is terrible right now. It's, as you know, it's crashing. And that, frankly, Ukraine is doing a very good job of stopping this very large army. It's pretty amazing. You know, this is a war that should have ended in 3 days, 4 days. People said it was going to be very quick, and you got to hand it to the Ukrainian soldiers and everybody involved. It's still going on, and that's not a good thing for Russia. This was supposed to be quick, and so, you know, Russia doesn't look very distinguished, having taken 3.5 years now, right? It's about 3.5 years of very hard fighting, and it looks like it's not going to end for a long time.
Mr. President, have you been briefed on the latest alleged drone incursion into Denmark? What do you think of that? And
Where are they?
Into Denmark, Copenhagen. Denmark is saying that there were some
drones
at the airport, possibly Russian sabotage. What's your response to that? Will the U.S. have a material?
Well, I have no response until I find out exactly what happened. I know about it, but they don't know what happened. But we're going to find out very soon.
Sir.
Would you back up NATO allies? You said that you thought that they should shoot down the Russian aircraft. Would you back them up? Would the United States help them out in some way?
Depends on the circumstance, but, you know, we're very strong toward NATO. NATO stepped up. You know, when they went from 2% to 5%, that was great unity. Trillions of dollars is being pumped in, and they're paying us for the weapons that we send. But that was a big day. That nobody thought a thing like that could happen. You had countries that weren't paying 2%, and now they're all paying 5%. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of weapons they're buying, and they're buying them from us. They're buying them from the U.S. You know, in the old days, Biden gave them everything, gave them $350 billion worth of money and weapons. That's a lot of money and a lot of weapons, and we got really not much for it. We gave the money to Ukraine to fight, and they've proven they're very brave. I mean, look, they're fighting, and this is a war going on 3.5 years, and people thought it would be over quickly because Russia's a big military power, and Ukraine, I tell you, they are good fighters. Got to hand it to them. They have a lot of courage, a lot of guts. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press.
We'll be going right back to that playback of the meeting with President Trump and President Zelenskyy as they hold a bilateral meeting. President Trump, throughout the day, hosting bilateral meetings at the United Nations General Assembly, the 80th gathering of world leaders in the organization's inception, with a rousing speech of America First, the MAGA Doctrine 2.0, Peace Through Strength, in case you missed that earlier today. That is the main headline and what's being covered by RSBN. But we'll go right back to that playback between President Trump and Vladimir Zelenskyy.
I think a very productive day, and we're now meeting with. We're going to start a meeting with the president, who we all know very well, and is a brave man, and he's picking up one hell of a fight. And we'll see how that all turns out. But we're going to have a meeting, and we have about 30 meetings scheduled today. We have a lot of meetings scheduled today, going pretty late into the night. But this is an important one, and we have great respect for the fight that Ukraine is putting up. It's pretty amazing, actually. So, Mr. President, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. First of all, thank you for this meeting. Thank you for your personal efforts to stop this war just now, Mr. President. And I'm happy to say that just now our First Ladies of Ukraine, First Ladies of the United States,
yes,
just now we'll have a meeting about Ukrainian children. Thank you for Melania's personal involvement to this topic. And this is very important. I will brief Mr. President and his team what's going on the battlefield. We have good news. Of course, we want to stop the war, and with your help, first of all. And it's good that our soldiers occupied 360 kilometers this month. And of course, we will speak about how to finish the war and about security guarantees. A lot of what to discuss. Thank you.
Would you like to say how you are doing on the battlefield?
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah. So thanks to our soldiers and to possibility to further the program when NATO countries, by the way, thanks to your support, that they can buy weapons from the United States. So our soldiers this month, they occupied 360 kilometers, and they encircled 1,000 soldiers. And of course, we want to exchange, because we need our soldiers in any case. But thanks to our soldiers, we have this possibility, this opportunity to continue until Russia will stop this war. And I hope that they will stop. In any case, we know that the economy of Russia is with this war. We need more pressure and more sanctions. And I hope with United States, first of all, and Europe, but we support, Mr. President, your idea, and I want to discuss it, how to stop some countries from Europe, how to stop them possibility to buy Russian oil and gas.
Right.
Yes, I had conversation, by the way, with President of Slovakia, Prime Minister of Slovakia. We had a conversation. I think that they need some alternative ways, and they will support this idea. I'm not sure that Hungarians are ready, but everything is in the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Mr. President, do you think that NATO countries should shoot down Russian aircraft if they enter their airspace?
Yes, I do.
Mr. President, any update on your talks with President Putin, and do you still trust him?
I'll let you know in about a month from now, okay?
President
Mr.
Trump, your
President, are
message
you
to
willing
the...
to provide Ukraine with the security guarantees the same way as European allies?
Well, that's later down the road. We'll be talking about that. Hopefully, we'll be in a position to talk about that a little bit later on. It's a little bit too early to answer
Why
that
do you
question.
think Mr. Putin is not
go ahead,
going to meet
please.
with both of you?
President Trump, your message to President Orban, who is refusing to stop buying Russian oil.
Well, he's a friend of mine. I have not spoken to him, but I have a feeling if I did, he might stop, and I think I'll be doing that.
What progress do you think has been made on ending Russia's war against Ukraine since the last time you saw President Zelenskyy?
Well, the biggest progress is that the Russian economy is terrible right now. It's, as you know, it's crashing. And that, frankly, Ukraine is doing a very good job of stopping this very large army. It's pretty amazing. You know, this is a war that should have ended in 3 days, 4 days. People said it was going to be very quick, and you got to hand it to the Ukrainian soldiers and everybody involved. It's still going on, and that's not a good thing for Russia. This was supposed to be quick, and so, you know, Russia doesn't look very distinguished, having taken 3.5 years now, right? It's about 3.5 years of very hard fighting, and it looks like it's not going to end for a long time.
Mr. President, have you been briefed on the latest alleged drone incursion into Denmark? What do you think of that? And
Where are they?
Into Denmark, Copenhagen. Denmark is saying that there were some
drones
at the airport, possibly Russian sabotage. What's your response to that? Will the U.S. have a material?
Well, I have no response until I find out exactly what happened. I know about it, but they don't know what happened. But we're going to find out very soon.
Sir,
Would you back up NATO allies? You said that you thought that they should shoot down the Russian aircraft. Would you back them up? Would the United States help them out in some way?
Depends on the circumstance, but we're very strong toward NATO. NATO stepped up. When they went from 2% to 5%, that was great unity. Trillions of dollars is being pumped in, and they're paying us for the weapons that we send. But that was a big day. That nobody thought a thing like that could happen. You had countries that weren't paying 2%, and now they're all paying 5%. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of weapons they're buying, and they're buying them from us. They're buying them from the U.S. In the old days, Biden gave them everything, gave them $350 billion worth of money and weapons. That's a lot of money and a lot of weapons, and we got really not much for it. We gave the money to Ukraine to fight, and they've proven they're very brave. I mean, look, they're fighting, and this is a war going on 3.5 years, and people thought it would be over quickly because Russia's a big military power, and Ukraine, I tell you, they are good fighters. Got to hand it to them. They have a lot of courage, a lot of guts. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you,
President Trump meeting with President Zelenskyy to find possible solutions to end the Russia-Ukraine conflict. As President Trump has said, this is the one tough one. Thought it would be much easier with prior relationships, but you have a situation that's nearly been impossible, but God willing, coming to an end as those discussions continue on. Now, we might be getting some comments from the First Lady at the top of the hour. Also, another bilateral meeting between President Trump and French President Emmanuel Macron, and also countless meetings with Middle East leaders. And President Trump there was Secretary Scott Bessent, Secretary Marco Rubio, Steve Witkoff, Susie Wiles, his chief of staff, and other members of the cabinet to help assist with foreign policy, including Monica Crowley, doing an amazing job in this second Trump administration, nearly 250 days in office. I believe, Mr. Producer, we do have is a 6-minute video from the Charlie Memorial. Oh, fantastic. Okay, we'll replay the full Tucker Carlson speech from Charlie Kirk's memorial in the meantime, and stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network as we remember the life and legacy of Charles James Kirk, the founder and CEO of Turning Point USA, who over the weekend, his life and legacy created revival in this country and a church memorial service that really sent us out as Christians to do good in this world.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tucker Carlson.
Oh, that made me emotional. Made me emotional to see that. Susie Wiles had tears in her eyes, which you don't often see in politics, but it's real. This is the most unbelievable thing I think I've ever seen. And whatever happens next in America, I hope it's in this direction, because God is here and you can feel it. And Charlie would have loved this, not just because he loved large groups of people, but because ultimately he was a Christian evangelist. And it actually reminds me of my favorite story ever. So it's about 2,000 years ago in Jerusalem, and Jesus shows up and he starts talking about the people in power, and he starts doing the worst thing that you can do, which is telling the truth about people, and they hate it, and they just go bonkers. They hate it, and they become obsessed with making him stop. This guy's got to stop talking. We've got to shut this guy up. And I can just sort of picture the scene in a lamplit room with a bunch of guys sitting around eating hummus, thinking about what do we do about this guy telling the truth about us? We must make him stop talking. And there's always one guy with the bright idea, and I can just hear him say, I've got an idea, why don't we just kill him? That'll shut him up. That'll fix the problem. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Everything is inverted, and the Beatitudes tell it, I think, the most crisply. Everything is sort of the opposite of what you think it's going to be. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. That is true, and you can feel it here. The thing about Charlie's message, I've thought a lot about it, and I'm trying not to be emotional because in addition to everything else, he was a wonderful man and a decent man and one of those rare people you meet who you just groove with in conversation and have these very intense conversations that you don't stop thinking about, which is my experience with him. But the main thing about Charlie and his message, he was bringing the gospel to the country. He was doing the thing that the people in charge hate most, which is calling for them to repent. So how is Charlie's message different? And Charlie was a political person who was deeply interested in coalition building and in getting the right people in office because he knew that vast improvements are possible politically. But he also knew that politics is not the final answer. It can't answer the deepest questions, actually. That the only real solution is Jesus. And the reason, it's really simple. Politics, at its core, is a process of critiquing other people and getting them to change. Christianity, the gospel message, the message of Jesus, begins with repentance. Christianity calls upon you to change. Our core prayer given to us by Jesus, the Lord's Prayer, demands that we forgive other people, but preceding that is a request for our forgiveness. In other words, forgive us our sins, meditate on what we've done wrong, how we've fallen short, and then it becomes possible to forgive other people. That is a call to change our hearts from Jesus, and that is the only way forward in this country. That is the only solution to where we all know we're going. And Charlie knew where we were going without that. And that is not a call for being politically passive, of course not. I stood in many stages with Charlie calling for various people to be elected, particularly Donald Trump. I know that because I've got a little hate compartment in my heart, And so as we proceed into whatever comes next, and clearly something's coming next, remember this moment. Remember being in a room with the Holy Spirit humming like a tuning fork. This is the way. Right here. This is the way. And that is what Charlie Kirk was saying underneath it all. Thank you, and God bless.
So well said by Tucker, and it's so true about American politics. You seek to change the other person or want an exchange of dialogue and ideas. It's fantastic, and sometimes good's in the nature of getting the right person in office, but it's really only Jesus who changes us and our entire interior and exterior and the whole of the person. So thank you for those kind words, Tucker Carlson, one of a kind, who great conversations with him and Charlie over the years on a plethora of topics. And yes, Charlie was that person. You really think about those things and linger on those conversations, as I have been over the last couple of weeks, reflecting on our own private conversations and the encouragement and what he found deep down in me that I did not know I even possessed until interacting and working with him. So Tucker hit that beautifully on the head. Thank you for those kind and wonderful comments at Sunday's memorial. Now, First Lady Melania Trump also conducting meetings with global leaders and coalition builders in New York City at the United Nations for this 80th anniversary of the General Assembly. We'll take you to her comments right now.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining me today. We all have been in that moment of personal reflection, looking out over our city's lights while time feels frozen. Behind each flickering light is a family at home, where parents work tirelessly to unlock brighter futures for their children. We have all stood there, gazing. What can I do? As a child's dreamy world manifests their curiosity in the physical world. Their imagination is a place filled with pastimes which adults often consider insignificant, unimportant. But I wonder, are these early childhood activities rehearsals for the future perfection of society, the blueprint for our progress? As children, we all played marbles, flew paper airplanes, and ran with a thin string in our hand watching our kites lift off. Great minds have turned marbles into microchips, paper airplanes into drones, and kites into satellites. Innovation is wonderful. Our nations benefit from advancements in technology, saving lives, expanding access to knowledge, connecting people, and of course, safety. Nothing comes before safety. We must safeguard healthy environments for our children, protect their personal freedom, their confidence and motivation. Safety multiplies innovation. Since technology is evolving at a pace that exceeds lawmaking, we must identify simple solutions to protect our children's ingenuity. Remember, our next generation will also teach to revolutionize how we live, travel, design, and connect. The moment is now. I'm establishing Fostering the Future Together, a global coalition of nations committed to well-being of children through the promotion of education, innovation, and technology. Fostering the Future Together's mission is to ensure that every child can flourish in the digital era. I will be hosting Fostering the Future Together's inaugural meeting at the White House during the first quarter of 2026. Please join me to foster the future together. Lead this movement in your region of the world. Work with me to empower children to achieve new heights across our planet. Thank you.
Gracious and elegant and thoughtful as always, our First Lady Melania Trump, joining President Trump today on the trip to New York City and to the United Nations. We are awaiting a bilateral meeting between President Trump and French President Emmanuel Macron as President Trump makes his rounds around the General Assembly. We also have playback at this 2 o'clock hour of Don Jr., who saw Charlie Kirk really as a brother, a younger brother, and it was always wonderful to recollect on the way they would interact on countless occasions over the years, and he shared his thoughts on Sunday at the memorial service.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Donald Trump Jr.
Welcome, everyone. I'm not widely known for being a sentimental guy. Anyone who's seen me on social media knows I'm far more likely to crack a joke or get myself in trouble for posting some grossly inappropriate memes than I am to shed a tear. I know this because I've even gotten the call from that guy a couple times. You know, Don, you're getting a little aggressive on social media, Don. Relax. But last week, when I received word that Charlie, who was like a little brother to me, had been assassinated, I was truly devastated. We all were. And we're here today to celebrate the way he lived his life and to remember the way he changed so many of ours. So I want to start where I know Charlie would want me to, with what was most important to him, and that was his relationship with Christ. To say Charlie knew more about the Bible than me is an understatement, folks. It's like saying Donald Trump knows more about being president than Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris. No kidding. But when Charlie was asked in an interview how he'd want to be remembered, he said, "I want to be remembered for my courage, for my faith." And let me tell you guys, those were not empty words. Last week, Charlie joined a long line of courageous men and women who were martyred for what they believe. According to the book of Acts, the first martyr in the early Christian church was Stephen, who was stoned to death. And as Stephen was being killed, he said, "Behold, I see the heavens opened and the Son of Man standing at the right hand of God." Now, there are many times in the Bible where Jesus is seated at the right hand of God, but this is the only time he's seen standing. And while the Bible isn't explicit about this, I like to think Jesus was standing to welcome Stephen, the courageous martyr, into heaven. And today that gives me great comfort, because 11 days ago, as a cowardly assassin crawled on his stomach to end Charlie's life on earth, I'm betting Charlie saw the Son of God standing tall to welcome him home. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the greatest treasures of Charlie's heart: his beautiful wife, Erica, and his two precious children. To watch Charlie with his family, the joy on his face, the devotion in his eyes, was to see the gospel lived out. And for me, it was inspiring. And now, in the face of unthinkable loss, Erica has shown extraordinary courage, not only as a mother, but in stepping forward to carry on Charlie's mission as the CEO of Turning Point USA. Charlie always brought out the best in all of us. When Charlie first said to me during the 2016 campaign, "Hey, let's start doing events on college campuses," I was like, whoa, seriously? Come on, man. We've given up on that. We're going to let those kids grow up, and we'll get them when they start paying taxes. But he convinced me to give it a shot. And there were a couple events that showed just how brave and courageous Charlie was, even as a very young man. At Michigan State University, 5 minutes before we were supposed to go on stage, the state police told us, and I quote, "We can no longer guarantee your safety." Because the left-wing activists, they were going crazy. It was rough. That sounded like a great reason to pack it up and head out. But it was one of the many times that I would agree with Charlie, who said, "No way, we're going out there anyway." At one of the last events of the 2024 campaign at Arizona State, some lunatic called it a threat to try to keep us from going on the stage. Again, we went out there anyway, without fear. Charlie led the way. His message was clear then, and his message is clear now. We won't back down. We won't be intimidated. The Bible says over 100 times in the pages of Scripture, do not be afraid. And the 100,000 people here today are a signal to the world. Our message of faith, family, and country will not be silenced. It always amazes me how Charlie chose to use his platform. He had one of the largest microphones in the entire conservative movement. And what did he do with it? Day after day, week after week, he handed it to the very people who opposed him most. The media tried to smear him as some sort of dangerous radical. But Charlie embodied something at the very core of our movement. When people disagree with us, we don't silence them. We don't destroy them, and we certainly don't sink to violence. We don't burn down their businesses. We don't scream at their children at Disneyland. No. We debate. We stand tall. And we win with our ideas. The true extremists are those who would justify and celebrate taking an innocent life over nothing more than disagreement. That is the real radicalism, and we reject it completely. Charlie delighted in his belief that people could be persuaded. He believed the way to win hearts was with truth, with courage, and with conversation. He would always be the first to say, "You are welcomed here." And that's what I want to leave you with today. If we're truly going to honor Charlie properly, his loss cannot be the end of the story. His legacy must be that when they took his life, 1 million more Charlies stepped up to fill the void. We are all Charlie. So let's send a message here today, guys. I want to make sure the world hears us loud and clear. Will you surrender? Will you back down? Will you give up in fear? Good. If you're among the millions of people watching today, please see this and know you are not alone. Charlie's message, like Christ's, was an invitation. If this resonates with you and you believe American values are worth defending, welcome. If you believe in faith, family, and freedom, then you are with us. No matter your past, no matter how you've voted, no matter where you come from, this movement is your home. If you're not already seated at this table, we have a seat prepared for you. If you believe in God and family and country, you are one of us. If you believe our government should put the interests of our citizens first, welcome. If you believe American workers deserve dignity and American families should be able to afford a good life on one salary, welcome. If you reject the propaganda of the fake news media, welcome. If you want to eradicate the criminal cartels and get drugs out of our communities, welcome. If you believe our best days are ahead and are willing to stand up to make America great again for your children and for generations to come, welcome. Charlie loved this country, its people, and the work of persuading others to believe in something greater than themselves. And if we live with that same courage, our legacy, like Charlie's, will live forever. Charlie, my brother, we love you. We miss you, and we will not let you down. And as the scripture promises, well done, good and faithful servant. Enter into the joy of your Lord. God bless, and thank you so much.
Such moving tributes on Sunday as countless hundreds of thousands came together to celebrate Charlie Kirk, his life, his legacy, and a touching tribute by Don Jr. mixed with some comedy in there as well, and a pretty good impression of his dad. I would rate it around a B, I would say. I know some other people who do quite a great impression of President Trump, so you have to smile through what's been a couple of very difficult weeks, but there's that hope at the end of the tunnel, given what we believe, what we share in all of this. And given the fact that you watch a speech like today, President Trump at the UN, laying out what we believe in, that Trump doctrine, the MAGA mantle, and really a 2.0 speech dating back to 2019 on what does it mean to be America first in the face of those who might have an opposition or a difference of opinion. President Trump laying that out there very plainly today and welcoming this League of Nations, the United Nations, at times it seems a very divided group of nations, to come together in common goodwill for the positive nature of humanity and for the betterment of society, especially when it comes to the ending of biological warfare and weapons, as President Trump laid out in the speech, in addition to tackling the green hoax and the extremist thoughts in society of communism, of Islamism, also of secular humanism, the globalists, the deep state, the antithesis to what President Trump is accomplishing. Thank you to mypillow.com/RSBN for this great new deal. It's a 6-piece towel set back in stock, just under $40, usually $70, but a very limited quantity available now. And with mypillow.com/RSBN, you could find over 2,000 different products there at the website. Save with code RSBN. Easy to remember. 800-836-7566. And Mike Lindell telling our very own Matthew Alvarez last week that He might be running for governor of Minnesota. Exciting development. We look forward to hopefully having that main announcement right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And we know that Minnesota, home to his manufacturing facilities, all made here in the good old US of A. Support Mike Lindell and Right Side Broadcasting Network. Shop now at mypillow.com/RSBN. Also, if you like what you see here, we can use your donations to bring you the truth, bring you unbridled access to the government you put in place back on November 5th of last year. The legacy media, they have countless financial backgrounds and influence, and being in the new media, it's exciting, it's cultivating, but it takes all of us to get this message out there. rsbnetwork.com/donate or texting RSBN to 801-801. We deeply appreciate your dollars. Also, there are check and money order options to mail to 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. That is 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, the loveliest village on the plains, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Please support us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, rsbnetwork.com/donate, or by texting RSBN to 801-801. Thank you for your support on the right side of history as we await President Trump's bilateral meeting with French President Emmanuel Macron. I'm sure they'll have much to discuss on as the office of the First Lady launches a global coalition for children fostering the future together. First Lady Melania Trump launched Fostering the Future Together. It's a global coalition of nations committed to enhancing the well-being of children through the promotion of education, innovation, and technology. The U.S. First Lady shared Fostering the Future Together's mission to ensure that every child can flourish in the digital era. She affirmed innovation is wonderful. Our nations benefit from advancements in technology, saving lives, expanding access to knowledge, connecting people, and, of course, safety. The First Lady reinforced her mission to prioritize the development of children at the intersection of technology and education. She artfully stated, "Great minds have turned marbles into microchips, paper airplanes into drones, and kites into satellites." The First Lady's remarks were given during the 80th session of the UN General Assembly earlier today. Remember that our next generation will use technology to revolutionize how we live, travel, design, and connect. Fostering the Future Together's objectives during the initial phase include prioritization of personal development of children, unification of efforts surrounding children, technology, and education, collaboration with the private sector to provide access to innovation, education, technology, including artificial intelligence, robotics, and blockchain. Exchange of solutions encompassing advantages and risks of artificial intelligence. The members of Fostering the Future Together will include the spouses or the equivalent representatives of heads of government. Fostering the Future Together will be implemented by participating members at the local level within their respective countries. Now, she will foster the help of this organization at an inaugural meeting at the White House during the first quarter of 2026. Again, it's Fostering the Future Together, an initiative of the First Lady. And Vice President J.D. Vance will visit Concord, North Carolina on Wednesday, tomorrow, September 24th, where he will deliver remarks on President Trump's tax cuts for working families and the Trump administration's commitment to empowering state and local law enforcement. You can expect those for an early evening speech tomorrow. Also, Democrats threatened to shut down over the radical left insanity. Radical left Democrats are barreling the country toward a government shutdown if they don't get what they demand. A $1.5 trillion wish list of demands. In fact, the party of open borders, violent crime, and transgender for everybody is now jeopardizing military pay, critical care for veterans, firefighter pay, disaster relief funding, and many more programs on which Americans rely, while President Donald Trump and the Republicans are committed to keeping the government open with a clean funding extension. It's particularly ironic considering these same Democrats once described the stakes of a shutdown in what they're doing right now, whether it be Chris Murphy from 2013 to the Palestinian Senator Chuck Schumer in 2024 to Pocahontas again in 2013, stating the least we can do, the bare minimum that we can do would be to pass a continuing resolution to keep the doors open, the lights on. Threatening a shutdown is a last resort for those who can't otherwise win their fights through elections, can't win their fights in Congress, can't win their fights for the presidency, and can't win their fights in court. Senator Brian Schultz saying something very similar, that shutdowns don't work and neither side wins, only losses. Mark Warner, again, Schumer, countless times saying that the government must remain open. Patty Murray to Cortez Masto in Nevada. And of course, crazy Bernie Sanders stating that in 2018, shutting down the government is a serious, dangerous action that we must do everything possible to prevent. But we know that from Christian Gillibrand to then Representative and now Senator Adam Schiff to Amy Klobuchar, even Dick Durbin and Tim Kaine, who says your rights come from government, not from God. It's Democrats who continue a false narrative. It's Democrats who are on each and every side of the aisle, whatever benefits them. It's why President Trump says, oh, if I really want something, maybe I'll pretend to be on the other side. Then the Democrats will actually advocate for it, as you saw with the fiasco over Jimmy Kimmel, who's returning tonight. And I'm sure he'll have very poor ratings as a result. Megyn Kelly was fired by NBC in 2018. Her morning show canceled after comments about Halloween costumes. How about Dave Chappelle? Netflix employees staged a walkout and demanded his comedy special be pulled for quote-unquote transphobia. The left tried hard to cancel him. Joe Rogan, a great example, the podcast king. The left pressured Spotify to drop him, running coordinated campaigns and advertiser boycotts over COVID discussions. Tucker Carlson taken off of Fox News in 2023. Liberal activists bragged about advertiser pressure campaigns that helped force him out, costing thousands of downstream jobs. Parler. They wanted to cancel Parler. Apple, Google, Amazon colluded in 2021 to wipe out the entire platform off of the internet. Tens of thousands of small creators and businesses lost income overnight. How about J.K. Rowling? She was blacklisted from events and attacked by activists and pressured out for projects simply for speaking her mind. The author of Harry Potter, an amazing story that brought her out of poverty and inspired how many millions of kids to dream big dreams and to pursue their own pursuits of happiness. Well, J.K. Rowling was canceled for stating that boys are boys, girls and girls, and that this trans nightmare going on is a mental health issue. Canceled for that. How about Mike Lindell, our dear friend at MyPillow? We've seen that how many times now? Pulled from major retailers, banned from Twitter, targeted with advertiser boycotts. Alex Jones, simultaneously banned in 2018 by YouTube, Facebook, Apple, and Spotify, coordinated a censorship campaign against him that was just egregious. So the patterns are clear. There's two sets of rules. Rules for me, rules for thee, not for me. I'll live by my own standard. And I just find it remarkably coincidental, hypocritical, and ridiculous that so many voices on the left came out in support of Jimmy Kimmel, someone who's not even funny. But he's back tonight. But we'll see, as Sinclair and Nexstar have shown, it was a business decision, and they will not be running the show on their local networks. So much to see in this continued debate in our country. At the bottom of the hour, we are awaiting President Trump to meet with Emmanuel Macron, the president of France. We'll take a quick commercial break for sponsorships. Don't change that dial. Stay tuned with Right Side Broadcasting Network live from the 80th UN General Assembly.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back-in-stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get our MyPillow bed sheets, only $29.88. Any color, any style, any size, even kings. Regular $119.98, only $29.88. Once they're gone for good. How about our My Towels? They're finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first time and the only time ever, get our limited edition premium My Pillows. They're made with Giza cotton and designer gusset. Queen $17.98, Kings only $19.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so order now.
President Trump speaking earlier today on countless topics at the UN General Assembly, the MAGA 2.0 Trump doctrine speech that lays out America first, peace through strength, and the fact that the evils of trafficking children just egregiously horrible, to Christian persecution happening around the world, all while going into a golden era of 250 years since we declared our independence, speaking out against China and Russia and their antics throughout the world, but also green new scams and encouraging other economies to not fall for the communist, globalist, and secular humanism, the Islamist ideology that you can sometimes find within the halls of the General Assembly. As we welcome you here to Right Side Broadcasting Network, if you've been watching our all-day unbridled access and coverage of this General Assembly, we wish you a happy Rosh Hashanah and the new year in the Jewish faith and tradition that dates back to Leviticus, and that we are in awe of these high holy days coming together as a moral and good people from Judeo-Christian foundings, and God who first revealed himself to the Jewish people, greatly influencing Western civilization and ultimately Christianity through the life and sacrifice of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. So we celebrate with our Jewish brothers and sisters today as just the other day, a man who recognized Sabbath and would celebrate Shabbat with the Christian tradition, taking it back to those Jewish roots, Charlie Kirk, and Vice President J.D. Vance eulogizing him in such an extraordinary and beautiful way as they were personal friends in Glendale, Arizona at State Farm Stadium.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States of America, J.D. Vance.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. You know, You know, I can't help but think that they tried to silence my friend Charlie Kirk. They tried to silence our dear friend Charlie Kirk. And today, tonight, we speak with Charlie and for Charlie louder than ever. The evil murderer who took Charlie from us expected us to have a funeral today, and instead, my friends, we have had a revival in celebration of Charlie Kirk and of his Lord Jesus Christ. We gather here in this stadium in the hot Arizona sun, shielded in a great shining city our fathers raised out of the desert. And from this desert, Charlie Kirk built a movement. He transformed the face of conservatism in our own time, and in doing so, he changed the course of American history. To rising generations across this country, Charlie exemplified kindness, courage, and a commitment to open debate. And he was a great debater, and we loved him for it. But Charlie loved debate not because he excelled at it, but because it was the vehicle for bringing the light of truth to dark places. And Charlie Kirk brought many truths in his life. Charlie brought the truth that young people deserved a stake in the future and that they deserved to have a voice. He brought the truth that marriage and family were the highest callings, far more important than any job or educational credential. He brought the truth that our nation would fade unless it brought order to its neighborhoods and prosperity to its people. He brought the truth that life was precious and we must fight to protect it at all stages and at all times. But most of all, Charlie brought the truth that Jesus Christ was the King of Kings and that all truth flowed from this first and most important one. But Charlie, he did so much more than tell the truth, he lived it. Charlie understood that the best evangelization was not in what you said, but in how you lived your life. And in this city, he lived his life well. He raised a wonderful family. He had a beautiful wife, 2 beloved children, and a loving and godly home. In this, he showed us the importance of family. He lived 3 decades he had on this earth with a sense of Christian virtue that would make any man, any person proud. And in this, he showed the importance of following God. He was a kind-hearted man, a hard-working person, and any parent would be proud to have him as a son. In this, he showed the virtue of industriousness. He was present and loving as any child would hope of his or her father, and in this, he showed the importance of strong Christian fatherhood. He was fearless and he was bold as any follower would hope would be true of a leader. And in this, he showed all of us how to carry on after his death. You know, Charlie Kirk, he loved history. He devoured the ideas that formed the foundation of our civilization. He stood for a tradition that Socrates established 2,500 years ago to question, to search, and to teach. He was Athens and Jerusalem, the city of reason and the city of God in one person. But if he loved those places, they were not his home. America was his home, and he was willing to die for it. You know, Charlie, he loved this country with a contagious intensity. Anybody who talked to him knew it and felt it. He knew that America was a beautiful place and we had these incredible ideas, but he also knew that our country was a covenant between the generations past, present, and future. He believed this country's best days were not behind us, but ahead of us. But he knew those better days would have to be earned. They would have to be worked for. We would have to sacrifice and work and tell the truth. He knew that America wouldn't be saved just by pulling together seminars or talking about the right kind of books in front of the right kind of people. The movement which he created demanded more. It demanded courage. It demanded hard work. It demanded building, and it demanded leaders. And my friends, in Charlie Kirk, we found a great American leader. Now, our whole administration is here, but not just because we love Charlie as a friend, even though we did, but because we know we wouldn't be here without him. Charlie built an organization that reshaped the balance of our politics. Turning Point brought millions of young people into conversation with one another, brought millions of people into advocacy. He asked of us, not just that we talk about saving our country, but that we actually go and do it, and we do it together. But even as Charlie built on a grand scale, his greatness was never only in his ambition. It was measured in the everyday moments as well, in the way that he treated ordinary people each and every single day. You know, you learn a lot about someone by how they treat others when the cameras aren't on. Charlie treated staffers as well as he treated the President of the United States. When I was just a guy polling at nothing in my Senate race back in 2021, Charlie helped me, not because I was a future vice president, but because I was a dear friend. I saw just a couple of months ago when a White House staffer struggled with the weight of his job and the responsibilities of new fatherhood. Charlie stopped what he was doing in the hallways of the West Wing and said a prayer for that staffer. Because Charlie believed that we were all children of God, he treated everyone with grace. And that is perhaps the enduring legacy of Charlie Kirk. You know, I was telling somebody backstage that I always felt a little uncomfortable talking about my faith in public as much as I loved the Lord and as much as it was an important part of my life. I have talked more about Jesus Christ in the past 2 weeks than I have my entire time in public life. And that is an undeniable legacy of the great Charlie Kirk. You know, he loved God. And because he loved God, he wanted to understand God's creation and the men and women made in his image. Now, much has been said over the last week about Charlie's ability to approach any topic, any person in good faith, an achievement that was only possible because Charlie knew that we were all children of God. He knew deep down the truth of Scripture. And from that confidence, everything else flowed. That unshakable belief in the gospel led him to see differences in opinion, not as battlefields to conquer, but as way stations in the pursuit of truth. He knew it was right to love others, your neighbor, your interlocutor, your enemy. But he also understood his duty to say what is right and what is wrong, to distinguish what is false from what is true. Charlie was slain doing what he loved, telling the truth, proclaiming his faith, building out a dream. And now he's gone, and our hearts feel so empty because he's been taken from us. He's been taken from his parents and from his sister. He's been taken from our darling Erica and their beautiful children. And Erica, I know I speak for this entire auditorium when I say that we love you and we will never stop standing by your side, just as Charlie did. He was taken from us by those who despise the virtues that actually made our civilization great to begin with: dialogue, truth-seeking, family, and faith. In the wake of his death, we have seen some of the very worst parts of humanity. We have watched people slander him. We have watched people justify his murder and celebrate his death. I know that this makes you angry just as it has made me angry. But it is easy in these moments to see only the worst of our fellow man. I found myself wishing that I could pick up the phone and talk to my friend and ask him for his advice and his counsel, to ask him how to respond to such hate and the souls from which that hate springs. But I can't call my friend because he was murdered for speaking the truth. I can only guess at what he might say and what he would encourage me to do. And here's what I think. I think he would encourage me to be honest that evil still walks among us, not to ignore it for the sake of a fake kumbaya moment, but to address it head on and honestly as the sickness that it is. But I also think he would encourage me, he would encourage all of us to focus on the good. He would encourage us to remember that for every hateful voice celebrating his murder, there are 1,000 people mourning it and fighting for his legacy every single day. He would tell me to pray. I'm certain of it. He would tell me to pray for my friends, but also for my enemies. He would tell me to put on the full armor of God and get back to work. He would tell us to commit ourselves to telling the truth and to fight for that truth each and every single day. He would tell us to talk about God's love and the fact that that love applied everybody across the whole human family. Charlie suffered a terrible fate, my friends. We all know it. We all saw it. But think, it is not the worst fate. It is better to face a gunman than to live your life afraid to speak the truth. But take heart, I have overcome the world. Charlie took heart, and now we must do the same. I've seen so many of you say, so many on social media, talk about for Charlie. We must do this for Charlie, for Charlie. We will speak the truth every single day. For Charlie, we will rebuild this United States of America to greatness. For Charlie, we will never shrink, we will never cower, and we will never falter, even when staring down the barrel of a gun. For Charlie, we will remember that it is better to stand on our feet defending the United States.
An excellent speech by Vice President J.D. Vance on Sunday at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. Heartfelt, loving, and the theme of For Charlie. We go out into this world as Christians to correct error and looking back into our own hearts of where we've fallen short so that we can then go and evangelize. An amazing message. As President Trump at the United Nations today champions sovereignty, rejects globalism in his statements to the 80th gathering of this body. President Trump delivered statements to the 80th gathering of this body. President Trump delivered a powerful rebuke to the destructive globalism that has fueled endless conflict and chaos around the world. During the address, President Trump was unapologetic in proclaiming American strength as he unveiled a bold vision for sovereign nations to unite against the true threats of terrorism, unchecked migration, biological warfare, and loss of cultural identity. As President Trump stated, America is blessed with the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation on the face of the earth. This is indeed the golden age of America. In a period of 7 short months, I have ended undeniable and unendable wars. No president or prime minister, and for that matter, no other country has ever done anything like this. It's too bad that I had to do these things instead of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help. And he asked the question, what is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. All they seem to do is write a really strong worded letter and then never follow up on that letter. It's empty words, and empty words do not solve wars. Further going, everyone says that I should get the Nobel Peace Prize, but for me, the real prize will be the sons and daughters who live to grow up with their mothers and fathers, because millions of people are no longer being killed in endless and unglorious wars. What I care about is not winning prizes, it's saving lives. And for a dramatically better future is within our reach. But to get there, we must reject the failed policies and approaches of the past and work together to confront some of the greatest threats in history. My position is very simple. The world's number one sponsor of terror can never be allowed to possess the most dangerous weapons. China and India are the primary founders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase Russian oil. But inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much of the Russian energy. So today I'm calling on every nation to join us in ending the development of biological weapons once and for all. Not only is the UN not solving the problems as it should be, but too often it is actually creating new problems for us to solve. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and their borders. The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them, and not finance them. Any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil, yet is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done. And President Trump going on to talk about the poisonous drugs that need to get out of our country that came in through an open southern border on the watch of a global United Nations. Now, the entire globalist concept, he stated, of asking successful industrialized nations to inflict pain on themselves and radically disrupt their entire societies must be rejected completely and totally, and it must be immediate. But he further went on to challenge the nations in the room that together, let us defend free speech and free expression. Let us protect religious liberty, including for the most persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity. And all doing this, meanwhile, even friends going back on traditional agreements in the trade structure and in foreign policy, with Canada, United Kingdom, and France all endorsing the Palestinian state as a two-state solution, and in turn giving power and credence to Hamas to stop communism, Islamism, and secular humanist globalist thought. As President Trump, we are awaiting a bilateral meeting with him and French President Emmanuel Macron at the looks like the top of the hour. Perhaps that will happen. Once we have that, we will replay that for you right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We also do have some playback and clips from the president's speech from earlier today, speaking on the evil of that trafficking that is taking place. And good to have a leader such as President Trump calling it out for what it is. He said he does not care the ramifications. He will speak truth to power and is ready to attack it head on. We have that clip for you.
The previous administration also lost nearly 300,000 children. Think of that. They lost more than 300,000 children, little children, who were trafficked into the United States on the Biden watch, many of whom have been raped, exploited, and abused, and sold. Sold. Nobody talks about that. The fake news doesn't write about it. With many others, young children who are missing or dead. And we found a lot of these children, and we're sending them back, and we've been sending them back to their parents. They said, nobody knows who they are. They said, where do you come from? And they'll give us a country, and we'll find out, and we'll figure it out, and we'll bring them back to their homes. And the mother and father rush to the door, and their tears in their eyes. They can't believe that they're seeing their son or daughter, their little son or daughter again. We've done almost 30,000 of them so far. Any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil. Yet that is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done, and it's what it's all about. In America, those days, as you know, are over. The Trump administration is working, and we are continuing to work to track down the villains that are causing this problem, and also, as I said, to get back the 30,000 we've already returned. Now I think we're going to have another. We're going to find a lot. You're not going to find all of them. 300, more than 300,000. They're lost or they're dead. They're lost or they're dead because of the animals that did this.
A key element of the speech, speaking truth to power. Also, the Christian persecution, as mentioned earlier, President Trump speaking and highlighting that today at the 80th session of the UN General Assembly.
In honor of this momentous anniversary, I hope that all countries who find inspiration in our example will join us in renewing our commitment, values, and those values, really, that we hold so dear together. Let us defend free speech and free expression. Let us protect religious liberty, including for the most persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity. And let us safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each of our nations so special, incredible, and extraordinary.
And speaking to those that would push open borders and lawlessness, President Trump had a message directly to the Venezuelan government, who brought drug traffickers through the waters, and they were eliminated recently. To every terrorist thug smuggling poisonous drugs into the United States of America, please be warned, we will blow you out of existence. And that's been proven over the course of the last couple of weeks. As we await President Trump's bilateral meeting with Emmanuel Macron of France, let's take a quick commercial break for sponsorship. Stick with us here at 3 o'clock on the East Coast. It's high noon on the West Coast. Stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First news. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You can scan that QR code now, RSBN10. That is the code, easy to remember, for 10% off. This is ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, antibiotics that will save you and yours from bacterial and viral infections, NAD+, and much, much more. 200 essential medications and emergency medical kits, the meds you trust delivered to your door. Welcome back to RSBN. I'm Robert McNeely as we cover the day's events in New York City. President Trump at the 80th meeting of the UN General Assembly, a place that brings friends and foes together, but perhaps no greater speech dating back to that of 2019, that first Trump doctrine clearly defined when he confronted world powers and the true axis of evil and the elements that are out there to deal with. He doubled down again today, speaking out against socialism and communism and fascist thought. Also, the radical nature of radical Islamic terrorism, the open borders, trafficking, to fighting against the Green New Scam, and sharing and caring about other continents, including Europe. And President Trump stating, although I want to put my country first always, and I care about us, our citizens, more than anything else, I want the killing to stop, calling for a stop to biological warfare and the development of those weapons, to the ending of the Russia and Ukraine conflict, and stating that the UN simply wasn't there when he ended 7 other conflicts throughout the world, especially with Armenia and Azerbaijan, Iran and Israel. And you have definitely a very anti-Christian, anti-Western element of the United Nations. And people have been right about it since Woodrow Wilson moved on this to make a League of Nations and a globalist agenda that sought one world government in and around America. Borders are good. Culture is good. National identity is a good thing. It's not bad whatsoever. And President Trump opening his arms to the world, saying, we are ready, willing, and able to work with anyone to achieve these peace deals, whether it be through trade, whether it be through dialogue. And he even pursuit of Bolsonaro does as well, because he was a great leader for the Brazilian people. Their economy was much stronger, and he was really the Donald Trump of their country. And as he stated in the speech, Brazil's not doing too well, financially speaking, and with inflation, and because of this far-left activism of Lula, but because of the bad teleprompter and the bad escalators at the UN, President Trump speaking in jest, but some seriousness there, as clearly there were some issues. He said that he was able to bump into the Brazilian president and will have those discussions. And I think he will lay down the letter of the law, what the United States would like to see, but it's through dialogue and diplomacy. If you remember when then President Barack Hussein Obama invited President-elect Donald Trump to the White House in late 2016 to talk about the different issues, he said that you go to war with North Korea. And President Trump said to the last president, his predecessor, Barack Hussein Obama, why have you picked up the phone? What about the pen that you talk about all the time? He said, no, I never talked to them. And President Trump, perplexed, said, why don't you call them up and talk to them? And we saw what happened with that. He ended up crossing the DMZ line, having that dialogue with Kim Jong-un. They have differences, but they found qualities or similar interests and were able to dialogue. And everyone said it was impossible to do. You had presidents over the years miles away from the DMZ zone in the 38th parallel with big binoculars to see over that line into North Korea. But President Trump literally being acknowledged and greeted and welcomed over that line in what was a very historic meeting after their summit in Singapore. So peace through strength consists of talking and dialoguing about the issues at hand, just as Charlie Kirk did. And that's what's so sad about the reflection of losing such a great man in the movement who was spreading the gospel and spreading truths and unafraid to dialogue with those who disagreed with him on college campuses or with even in the American church. President Trump seeks that dialogue as well. And it's a showcase of American greatness nearly on a daily basis as we are roughly 250 days into this new administration, this second term. We are awaiting President Trump's bilateral meeting with French President Emmanuel Macron, which should be momentarily. So stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network as we cover all of the day's events in New York City at the 80th session of the UN General Assembly. Now, First Lady Melania Trump on the trip, launching a global coalition for children fostering the future together. First Lady Melania Trump launched Fostering the Future Together, a global coalition of nations committed to enhancing the well-being of children through the promotion of education, innovation, and technology. The U.S. First Lady shared Fostering the Future Together's mission to ensure that every child can flourish in the digital era. She affirmed innovation is wonderful. Our nations benefit from advancements in technology, saving lives, expanding access to knowledge, connecting people, and, of course, safety. The First Lady reinforced her mission to prioritize the development of children at the intersection of technology and education. She artfully stated, great minds have turned marbles into microchips, paper airplanes into drones, and kites into satellites. The First Lady's remarks were given during the 80th session of the UN General Assembly. Remember, our next generation will use tech to revolutionize how we live, travel, design, and connect. Fostering the Future Together's objectives during the initial phase. This includes prioritization of personal development of children. We saw with the Take It Down Act how she worked in a bipartisan manner to get revenge porn off of the internet. She's now taking this as an international mission abroad. Unification of efforts surrounding children, technology, and education. Collaboration with the private sector to provide access to initiative education technology, including artificial intelligence, robotics, and blockchain. The exchange of solutions encompassing advantages and risks of artificial intelligence, and the members of Fostering the Future Together will include the spouses or equivalent representatives of heads of government. Fostering the Future Together will be implemented by participating members at the local level within their respective countries, and Mrs. Trump will host Fostering the Future Together's inaugural meeting at the White House during the first quarter of 2026. So we look forward to that as Vice President J.D. Vance scheduled to attend a rally in Concord, North Carolina tomorrow to tout the One Big Beautiful Bill, the tax cuts, and all of the achievements domestically in these early days of the second term. And all while Democrats threaten a shutdown over radical left insanity. Radical left Democrats are barreling through the country toward a government shutdown if they don't get their $1.5 trillion wish list of demands. The party of open borders and violent crime and transgender for everybody is now jeopardizing the American people with threatening to cut military pay, critical care for veterans, firefighter pay, disaster relief, funding, and many more programs on which Americans rely, while President Trump and Republicans are committed to keeping the government open with a clean funding extension. It's particularly ironic considering how Democrats throughout the years, dating back to 2013, many of those senators still in office today were against the shutdowns during the Barack Hussein Obama years. They said it was irresponsible to keep the government from lockdown. Oh, but now it has to go that direction. Interesting how tides have changed as President Trump is not backing down from those arguments. But they deliver results for the American people from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue and from this federal government that all went to pay tribute to Charlie Kirk on Sunday. An amazing display of cabinet officials paying their thoughts and respects to him. An amazing man. President Trump announcing during that memorial that there would be a statement on autism, and we found evidence suggesting a link with the research that the doctors in the administration have done, including Secretary Kennedy of Health and Human Services, that Tylenol and popping more pills is not necessarily the best answer for finding better health. And according to Caroline Levitt, our superstar press secretary, there is mounting evidence finding a connection between Tylenol and using pregnancy and autism. That's why the administration is courageously issuing a new health guidance. Additionally, the Trump administration is approving a new treatment option that has been found to improve some autism symptoms. President Trump pledged to address America's skyrocketing rates of autism, and his team is deploying a gold standard science to deliver on this very pledge. We will not be deterred in these efforts, as we know millions across America are grateful. And President Trump will actually hold a meeting with Uzbekistan. Momentarily, we'll have a feed for you to bring you there live to New York City. Now, President Trump joined administration officials to announce major progress in understanding the root causes of autism, which have exploded in diagnoses in the last several years and over the past 2 decades, unveiling bold new initiatives to tackle the autism epidemic. Predictably, the fake news immediately went into a frenzied hyperventilation with their usual smears and distortions, when evidence is actually suggesting that Tylenol use in pregnant women, especially in late pregnancy, may cause long-term neurological effects that we are seeing. We are going to toss now to Uzbekistan, the meeting with President Trump and their leaders at the United Nations.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with the president of Uzbekistan. He's highly respected, been there for a long time, many years, right? It's about like 15 or 16, that's a long time. And the only reason you can be at a country that long is when you're very smart and very competent. So I just want to thank you very much for being with us. You know, he made a big purchase of a lot of different American products, they've got plenty of money. They've got plenty of oil and plenty of money. Oil usually goes along with the money, but they've done very well as a country, and he has been a really great leader. And it's an honor to be with you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. Во-первых, большое спасибо, уважаемый господин президент, что вы говорите и делаете. Вы сказали, что мы сегодня встретимся. Вот и встречаемся. Я очень благодарен вам за это. Я поздравляю вас с такой глубокое выступление сегодня утром на сессии Организации Объединенных Наций. Это было просто феноменально. По всем вопросам вы точки поставили. Конечно, то, что мы с вами договорились в ходе телефонного разговора, все выполняете. Я еще раз хочу вас поздравить, что вот все конфликты, 7 конфликтов вы прекратили. Особенно, самое главное для нашего региона, между Азербайджаном и Арменией вы конфликты решили. Я еще раз повторяю, вы как никто достойны Нобелевской премии. Мы это говорим и будем говорить. Так что я еще раз, все вопросы, которые мы договорились, выполняются и будут выполняться. И я хочу, чтобы мы дальше продолжали наш диалог. Мне вам большое спасибо, что вы составили такую программу, которую мы будем вместе с вами продвигать вперед. Благодарен я вам за это.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It is my great pleasure to be here, and I would like to congratulate you with the brilliant presentation today, the speech of yours today. Well, you were able to cover all the points of importance today, and I would like to congratulate you that you are really a person who can hold his word. So you act, you say something, and then you act, of course. You promised that we will have a meeting today, and we're now having it. So thank you for that. Besides, you were able to stop 7 conflicts all over the world, and we know that. One of them is very close region, Azerbaijan, that as well. And you are a great inspiration for us, and everything that we're able to read upon is being
And the feed is a little bit goofy there, but no worries as President Trump meeting with the president of Uzbekistan. And we are awaiting the bilateral meeting with Emmanuel Macron, which should be forthcoming in moments, the French president. So the president and his team really doing these bilateral meetings throughout the General Assembly, a great time for him to catch up with a number of different leaders from multiple continents, from South America to Europe to Asia and everywhere in between. President Trump and his team negotiating on some of the most difficult issues at hand and items that will shape and affect the world for countless decades and even generations now. So as we await that meeting, we know that President Trump laying out what is important for the whole of humanity, America First policies, which make a major difference when it comes to sovereignty and not globalism. It's the line has been drawn in the sand, a line that, remember when Barack Hussein Obama talked about his phone and his pen, and also drawing that line and never following through with it, just like the UN does not follow through. They'll write that strongly worded letter, but then they won't do much about it. But he has rejected globalism clearly, again, in this MAGA 2.0 speech, the first one dating back 6 years ago to that UN General Assembly meeting where he revealed to the world really what the Trump doctrine is, and this being reinforced today. In remarks to the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, President Trump delivered a powerful rebuke to the destructive globalism that has fueled endless conflict and chaos around the world. During the address, President Trump was unapologetic in proclaiming American strength as he unveiled a bold vision for sovereign nations to unite against the true threats of terrorism, unchecked migration, biological warfare, and loss of cultural identity. And President Trump calling for those biological weapons to cease being made, to stop biological warfare for the whole of humanity. To run through some of the quotes today, he stated that America is blessed with the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation on the face of the earth. This is indeed the golden age of America. For months now, the number of illegal aliens who have entered and our country has been zero, really dating back to the joint session of Congress that he really did not need extra legislation, just a change in president between Biden and between President Trump. And that became clear. And Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, asking how her predecessor, Alejandro Mayorkas, sleeps at night, knowing with over 300,000 trafficked children that came over our border. It's an egregious violation of human dignity. Now, our message is very simple, according to President Trump. If you come here illegally into the United States, you're going to jail, or you're going back to where you came from. In a period of just 7 months, I have ended 7 unendable wars. No president or prime minister, and for that matter, no other country has ever done anything close to that. It's too bad that I had to do these things. Instead, the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help. What is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. All they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter, and then it's never followed up. Just simply words that don't solve the war. Everyone says that I should receive the Nobel Peace Prize, but for me, the real prize will be the sons and daughters who live to grow up with their mothers and fathers, because millions of people are no longer being killed in endless and unglorious wars. What I care about is not winning prizes, it's simply saving lives. A dramatically better future is within our reach, but to get there, we must reject the failed approaches of the past and work together to confront some of the greatest threats in history. My position is very simple. The world's #1 sponsor of terror can never be allowed to possess the most dangerous weapon, speaking about Iran right in front of them. Now, as if to encourage continued conflict, some of the body is seeking to unilaterally recognize a Palestinian state, instead of giving into Hamas's ransom demands. Those who want peace should be united with one message: release the hostages now. China and India are the primary funders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase the Russian oil. It needs to stop so that this Russia-Ukraine conflict can ultimately come to an end. President Trump also calling on every nation today to join in the ending of the development of biological weapons, as I mentioned. Not only is the UN not solving these problems, according to the president, they too often actually create new problems for us to solve. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and all of humanity. By being for open borders, by not condemning the harm against Christians around the world. What makes the world so beautiful is that each country is unique. It should be celebrated. But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control its borders. And President Trump being very clear to every terrorist thug, especially coming from Venezuela, speaking directly to their government, to every terrorist thug smuggling poisonous drugs into the United States of America, please be warned. We will blow you out of existence. The entire globalist concept of asking successful industrialized nations to inflict pain on themselves, radically disrupting their entire societies, must be rejected completely and totally, and it must be immediate. The challenge with all of this is that together we can fight for free speech. And President Trump calling on each country to endorse free expression, and by calling out the countries that have broken the rules, including the most persecuted religion on the face of this planet, Christianity. And Mr. Producer, if we could play back those two clips against human trafficking and against the persecution of Christians, President Trump not mincing words today at the UN General Assembly speech.
In honor of this momentous anniversary, I hope that all countries who find inspiration in our example will join us in renewing our commitment, values, and those values, really, that we hold so dear together. Let us defend free speech and free expression. Let us protect religious liberty, including for the most persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity. And let us safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each of our nations so special, incredible, and extraordinary. The previous administration also lost nearly 300,000 children. Think of that. They lost more than 300,000 children, little children, who were trafficked into the United States on the Biden watch, many of whom have been raped, exploited, and abused, and sold. Sold. Nobody talks about that. The fake news doesn't write about it. With many others, young children who are missing or dead. And we found a lot of these children, and we're sending them back, and we've been sending them back to their parents. They said, nobody knows who they are. They said, where do you come from? And they'll give us a country, and we'll find out, and we'll figure it out, and we'll bring them back to their homes. And the mother and father rush to the door, and their tears in their eyes. They can't believe that they're seeing their son or daughter, their little son or daughter again. We've done almost 30,000 of them so far. Any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil. Yet that is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done, and it's what it's all about. In America, those days, as you know, are over. The Trump administration is working, and we are continuing to work to track down the villains that are causing this problem, and also, as I said, to get back the 30,000 we've already returned. Now I think we're going to have another. We're going to find a lot. You're not going to find all of them. 300, more than 300,000. They're lost or they're dead. They're lost or they're dead because of the animals that did this.
President Trump clearly stating sovereignty and nationalism are the ways of the future, welcoming all nations into the fold in order to make the world a safer place, ending 7 different conflicts, and I'm sure we'll be able to succeed in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which now millions have passed as a result. None of this would have happened had he been reelected in 2020, but we know that a deep state cabal attempted to rear its ugly head once more, and now the neoliberal and neocon agendas coming to an end in a grand way, peacefully and patriotically, thanks to this president and his leadership, as we await his bilateral meeting with Emmanuel Macron, the French president. Should be coming to us moments from now, as we've had a nice long run today covering all of the UN General Assembly, its 80th edition for you from New York City, and some of the more fun moments of the morning and afternoon. The President of the United States and the First Lady acknowledging how just terrible the escalators are in the building. And he also said he helped rebuild that building in Manhattan and economically sustaining it when he was a builder way back when. He said, if you can remember, a young builder named Donald John Trump. So it's always fun when he refers to himself in the third person to make light of what is not easy. Charlie would always talk about how President Trump is anti-fragile. What does that mean? Someone who can take this on and have his back against the ropes and fight back peacefully and patriotically, and seems to always look better and younger in that process. Also, the teleprompter guy really made the mistake to get today, but that was okay. He had his notes there. And it's nice to have a president who does not need a teleprompter and does not need to be told what to say or how to say it in order to get his message across, to make that very clear to world leaders that this country means business. It will be respected again. It has been respected and will continue to be feared if necessary in order to make America great again. As he said with Javier Milei, the fantastic president, endorsing him with Make Argentina Great Again. And so we'll see with President Trump and President Macron what they are up to and what they have to say from New York City.
He's doing a really good job. He's fighting hard. He's fighting on a lot of fronts. He's helping with regard to the Russia-Ukraine catastrophe. And his words of wisdom mean a lot. And we've been friends for a long time now, really, from the first term on. And I appreciate you being here. It's really nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm very happy to have the opportunity to exchange with President Trump and our teams. And indeed, we have a lot of things to do together, and especially fix these crazy wars we have. And I just saw the message you issued after your meeting with President Zelenskyy, and I think this is a very right one. I mean, if we back concretely Ukraine in this situation, given the Russian economy is suffering, I mean, there is this opportunity of a good future.
It is.
So we will back it.
I think so. They're very enthusiastic in a lot of ways. It's been a terrible war. Should have ended, and Russia should have stopped it. But they've been 3.5 years, and they've gotten not so far. So we'll see what happens. But the other side can fight too, and they've proven that. Maybe it's wouldn't you? But we've always treated you good, right?
We will try to fix all these issues, but we had very good discussions. And I think peace as an objective everywhere, in Ukraine as the Middle East, is a common objective we have. So we will work hard on that.
Emmanuel has actually helped me with a couple of the wars. We settled 7 wars The biggest disappointment, but I think that'll happen eventually, is the Ukraine and Russia situation. But we've settled. I thought that was going to be the easiest one because of my relationship with Putin, but unfortunately that relationship didn't mean anything, unfortunately. But when I needed some advice and when I needed some help in terms of a country in that part of the world, you were always there. And you helped me settle some of these 7 wars. I'm very proud of the 7 wars, but you helped me settle them, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions for the President?
President Macron just said that if you want the Nobel Prize, you should put an end to the war in Gaza. What's your response to that?
Well, they say that all together. I mean, it's Gaza, it's Russia, it's everything. I think Gaza's going to come along. We're going to have a very important meeting, and my next meeting actually is going to be very important with leaders in the region. And we're going to talk about Gaza. We're going to see if we can do something about it. We want to stop that. We want to get our hostages back, or their hostages back. We've gotten all of the American hostages, as you know. And Alexander, all of them have been back. Steve Witkoff's done a great job. And Marco always, and everybody. I mean, we have Scott got involved and strongly involved, and from a financial standpoint, we're doing some things that are pretty good. We put Iran out of commission, very important. That was called the bully of the Middle East, and they're out of commission. Now we're going to have a meeting today. I think it's going to be a successful meeting with all of the leaders of many of the biggest, I would say, the most important countries having to do with Gaza, indirectly and directly. And that's going to take place just in a little while. So I'm sure you'll be there, and we could have an outcome very quickly.
Why is the recognition of Palestine as a gift to Hamas?
Well, I think it honors Hamas, and you can't do that because of October 7th. You can't do that. But we want our hostages back, and we don't want them back in ones and twos and take the next 2 years to do it. We were the ones that got the hostages back. And I always said, I told Steve, I told Marco, I was always saying the last hostages are going to be the toughest ones. But you can't honor them by doing anything like you suggest. All you can do is say, we want our hostages back, and we want the war to end. We're going to want it to end. But you always have to remember, people forget October 7th was one of the most savage days in the history of the world. There's never been anything like that. We're talking about babies being sliced in half. You're talking about young children having their heads chopped off. You can't forget that.
Would you recognize Palestine as the host?
And just perhaps to make it clear on that, I think it's why yesterday 11 countries did recognize Palestine. Not as, I mean, it was not a decision taken like that, neither by UK, nor by Canada, nor by France. It's just a big change. President Trump is totally right. Nobody forgets the 7th of October. I went there a few days after, taking families in my hands, and we experienced all together these horrific attacks. And by the way, we lost a lot of French people in these terrorist attacks. But after almost 2 years of war, what is the result? Once again, they killed the top leaders of Hamas. It works. This is a great achievement. But at the same time, you have as many Hamas fighters as you had the first day. So it doesn't work to dismantle the Hamas. This is not the right way to proceed. So we need a full-fledged process, and we worked very hard on the day after, and I totally share this sequencing. The release of all hostages, the ceasefire, the resume of humanitarian aid, the day after in Gaza to stabilize the land, and we need a political perspective, and this is why we took this decision on recognition.
Well, I have to say that I'm on the side of Israel. I've been on the side of Israel really my whole life. And we are going to get a solution, and it's going to be a solution hopefully that's good for everybody. But it's time to stop. We're going to have that very important meeting. I think the meeting we have coming up in the next hour is going to be one of the most important meetings that we'll have here. And we've had some important meetings. We've had some great meetings. And I understand where you are and where other people are too. And we just have to get this solved. We have to get the hostages back. We want to get the war over. That's very important. We're going to end the war, get the hostages back, and we want them all back. We don't want to have one and then we'll give another two in about 3 months from now. We've been doing that for a long time. And in all fairness, we've gotten a lot of hostages back. But you have 20 hostages and you have probably 38 bodies, dead bodies. And the people that I see, and I speak to Israeli families, I was speaking to American families before, but we got them back. But I speak to Israeli families, and they want the son who died, they want their dead son back as much as though he were alive. And it's an amazing thing to see, and it's a horrible thing actually to witness, but I've seen it a lot. So they have 20 hostages, they have 38 dead bodies, and we have to have them back, and we have to have them back immediately. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
And for all America First updates and exclusive offers, please visit us at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. Thank you for being with us today for two broadcasts spanning the UN General Assembly's 80th session and President Trump legitimately laying out the America First agenda with MAGA and a focus on sovereignty, not globalism, and how to move forward in this world that could be ever so dangerous. We're grateful for a president that speaks truth to power. For all my colleagues here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, stick with us all week for important updates as we are living in the golden era. And the question is, what can you do every day to better serve your community, your country, this great nation of ours we call home? For all of my colleagues, I'm Robert McNeely. We'll see you very soon.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You can scan that QR code now, RSBN10. That is the code, easy to remember, for 10% off. This is ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, antibiotics that will save you and yours from bacterial and viral infections, NAD+, and much, much more. 200 essential medications and emergency medical kits, the meds you trust delivered to your door.